my show had value, and that that what I was doing had value.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
This is about targeting women of color in the United States of America. Don't tell me, because I didn't get a single apology.
Time has expired.
My life was threatened. Thank you.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad. It's a cruel world that we're living in when you ain't got no home. I caught my woman with a man in it, and it took my soul.
Sobi.
A group of 11-year-olds, like literally no older than 11, just asked if I would pop a titty for the boys.
Unreal. Who's raising these kids? You're telling me a bunch of little boys came up to you and asked you to pop a titty? That right there is amazing! Let's go! Let's go, boys! Are you telling me that little boys are still going to grow up to be men, not women? Those little boys are going to grow up to be legends. And you should have popped a titty or you did them dirty. Men, we're making a comeback. Toxic masculinity. Let's go, boys!
A group of 11-year-olds, like literally no older than 11, just asked if I would pop a titty for the boys.
It's going to be hell on earth. These little incel boys are out of control. They got their MAGA hats on. They are ready. Rape culture is back, baby.
What is going on? What is going on? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you all for pulling up. We got an interesting discussion for you guys today. Most people probably didn't even know this was a thing because you got to kind of stay not just ahead of not on top of current events, but almost ahead of them. You kind of have to be on the bleeding edge of things to really see trends before they really hit. And I try to do that. And I've been noticing I've actually said as much a while back, I don't think women are really conservative by nature. Women are almost genetically feminist, right? And it's not even that's not me making a negative derogatory statement or observation about women. I just think that feminism kind of appeals to things. Well, feminism appeals to women's innermost nature, and it's a hard thing to break. And I don't think you're necessarily wrong for wanting the things that you want at your base core being, right? But there is this thing called civilization. You ever heard of it? It's kind of dope, actually. And we live in a society, and so we have to have rules and structure and order and stuff like that. And it requires both parties, male and female, to kind of suppress the great majority of our base urges and natures so that we may build things greater than ourselves, things that will last well beyond our physical being in our time here. But like I said, women are feminists by nature, is what it is. That being said, apparently there is a thing called conservative feminism, or to be really more descriptive, more precise in my description here, the conservative women, whether they like to admit it or not, they can't help but to feminism.
Here's what's happening on the right. Young women, I talk to young conservative women all the time about their lives and their goals and the things that they want. And what's happening is they can't find men who are maybe more conservative. Usually they're looking for somebody who is religious, like a lot of conservative women tend to be God loving conservatives. And they can't find a lot of young men who want to marry a working woman now. And this is an actual problem that's coming up on the right. And to me, it's so sad because it's like, how did we get to the point where we're
now notice, and this is Megyn Kelly, and it's a really brief clip, but we're going to examine the full-length discussion she has around this clip here. But notice how she frames the problem immediately as the men refuse to marry working women. It never addresses men's concern with working women, why men would go to such lengths as to just refuse marriage totally. It's men bad, women are always suffering.
Now telling young, conservative, amazing women that they're not attractive if they also work.
Who are you to say what's amazing if the conversation is what men want to marry? How does Megyn Kelly, or any woman for that matter, get to tell me that another woman is amazing for me? You understand how that works, right? Like, as a woman, I really can't even judge your picker because God knows women can't pick worth anything. But the way women judge women is nothing like the way men judge women. And then there's another level of how men judge women they might want to marry, right? Because there's levels to this. There's a ladder and everything. And I'm just saying, I can't trust your
if they
picker.
choose to, let's say, do what I'm doing and what you're doing and like get their voice out there. But I'll stick with me just because I think conservatives listening to this will like the thought of another Megyn Kelly voice up and coming. Well, why?
David in the chat says conservatism is for men, straights, and felons. That is an interesting play on a common what would we call that? An aphorism over here. There's a common saying over here. Shout out to dirty folks, man. There is a corollary to the Democrat Party, conservatism. It's for men, straights, and felons. You know, all the people you would call when you got to get stuff done.
Wouldn't we want that? Why would we take somebody who's talented in this field and really wants to make a difference and have the messaging to her be, you're really not that valuable unless you give it up and go into the home and only have a family and only raise a family. And not only are we sending her that message, but young men are actually believing that.
I think men typically want to marry a woman for family. And so when you start to leverage other things against the possibility of him having the family he wants to have, well, then he's got a right to say no, right?
You know, they're actually believing it, especially on the right, because like the trad mom has gotten so popular. And it's like, no, if we do that, we're not going to have any strong conservative or right-leaning women to provide a role model for younger conservative women who, and there's nothing to apologize.
Maybe conservative men don't want working women as the role model for young women. We're going to come back to all these thoughts later on. You know, we'll come back to this clip later on in the show. I got a full spread laid out for you guys, man. I got a full presentation here. There's hors d'oeuvres and everything.
For here, don't necessarily want to spend all their 20s and their 30s getting married and having kids, or can't. They just weren't able to meet somebody and definitely don't need to be shamed over it.
Well, shout out to Megyn Kelly. She is having a conversation with Anna Kasparian, whom I actually, you know, I'm a little bit fond of, just a little bit, you know. She's still a raging liberal, but I like her. We're gonna bend her over to the right wing. One day, one way or another, we're gonna make a right wing angel out of her. But conservative feminism, be on the lookout. Don't let them trick you. The feminists are morphing. Mighty morphing feminist conservatives now.
The advice I give to women is to behave as if the pill doesn't exist, and you will probably make better sexual decisions. If you're having sex with someone on the condition.
Is the next wave of feminism conservative? Get your tickets now. They're having a whole speech in Australia, somewhere in Melbourne, where two liberal white women talk about faking conservatism because of, I don't know, nature or something. We have that show queued up. It's like an hour and a half long. I haven't skimmed any of it, so I don't really know what they get into. We might spy on that a little bit later on in the show. But I just want you to be on the lookout. The feminists, they're wearing camouflage now, conservative camouflage. You have to be on the lookout.
The advice I give to women is to behave as if the pill doesn't exist, and you will probably make better sexual decisions. If you're having sex with someone on the condition that he absolutely does not become the father of your children, that's probably a really good indication that you shouldn't be having sex with him, you know? So,
having sex is probably the most consequential thing a woman can do without contraception.
What are you, a sex negative feminist? What kind of feminism is that? That was the best thing about feminism, is you gave it up easy. And I didn't have to think about your feelings. You was a gangster about that. So I liked it.
So most women would take that decision very, very seriously for obvious reasons up until the 60s. And then it's all out the window. OnlyFans is to the marriage market as a criminal record is to the jobs market. Like, it's a very bad long-term thing.
She said OnlyFans is to the marriage market as a criminal record is to the job market. That was actually pretty deep for a chick. I wonder if a dude wrote that for her. That was pretty deep. That was almost like poetry. God, you know what? Golf clap for you right there. I still think a dude wrote that for you, but I'm gonna give you the golf clap anyway. It's your show. You get the clap. You get the clap. Anyway, moving on.
I think emotional abuse is a myth. I know you
I
said
agree with you
you
on
seem
that.
to have a different perspective. Would you think emotional abuse is a valid reason to have a divorce if you support no fault divorce?
No, but it something can be unacceptable behavior though still within a marriage. Absolutely.
But who are you to tell a man how to speak to his wife in his house? Isn't that out of order?
I mean, you do that all the time. You call other men simps all the time.
But I don't tell them how to talk to their wife. That's your business.
That is absolutely not true.
Okay,
there are
name it. Go ahead.
For sure. There are tons of times where there will be actual men in your comments saying,
so when I
disagree, and you call them.
Now, this is, everybody knows Pearl. And I forget what's this young lady's name right here on the screen? This Asian brunette lady right here. I want to say Brittany something, but I think I'm wrong. What is this lady's name? Anybody ever see this chick before? But anyway, Pearl is Lauren Chen. Thank you for that. Pearl is accusing Lauren Chen of covert conservative feminism. You are bringing feminism into the right wing. You are attempting to pink pill the red pill.
Simps. When I say simps, it typically means out of order. So typically when I say that, I'm referring to a pattern of behavior where they're putting women on a pedestal. That's typically what I'm describing.
But you'll say that about
this is but we're going to the what about. You're changing the topic.
No,
who are you? No. It's a different because
it's the same topic.
my
I like Pearl. She's developed a good debate energy over the years. She's the kind of, you know how like back in the day you had to go get a girl to fight some girl? Pearl is the girl I would bring out to debate most liberal feminist chicks, right? You would bring Pearl out.
Original question is, who are you to tell a man how to talk to his wife in his home?
Well, I don't.
Do you think you should be able to tell a man how to talk to his wife in his house?
I think that men should conduct themselves with biblical standards when it comes to.
No. But answer my question. Do you think it's your place to tell men how to talk to their wives in their home?
See, she gets right to the heart of a concept. You know what I mean? Do you think it's even your place to tell that man how to talk to his wife? And I really think they're going back to the Steven Crowder incident. You guys remember that when Steven Crowder had that video released where he was being mean to his wife? Like that was literally the extent of the video. And I wouldn't even call it mean per se. Like they were having an argument. And that whole thing got released, and it was an attempt to make Steven Crowder look like some kind of abusive monster or whatever. And it's this thing of as outsiders, we're not supposed to see every little moment and every little spat of a person's marriage. And then after you see a little tiny peek of it, you then write a 1,000,000-word synopsis about how that guy's a douche. Like it's not really a fair thing to do, but we tend to do that often. And Pearl was great at jumping on that and defending him for that reason. Like, come on, for one, this is literally nothing. And then two, marriages have all kinds of moments. You never see on camera where she's being awful to him, right? Because guys don't typically set their wives up on camera like that.
Answer yes or no.
I think it is perfectly reasonable to say that a man should hold himself to a Christian standard in the home.
Okay, so you do think it's your place. And this is what I mean when I say a lot of conservative women aren't really conservative.
That's true. Well, what it ends up being is woman sad, man mean.
Woman sad, man mean. A pattern starts to emerge. Woman sad, man mean. That's how they get you. I'm telling you, that's how they get you.
True. Well, what it ends up being is woman sad, man mean. Woman sad, man bad.
Because you're first from a biblical.
And that is Rachel Wilson, the wife of Andrew Wilson. And she's also great in this position of speaking against the feminist and whatnot. She actually wrote a book about I think it's occult feminism, how basically feminism has its roots in the occult, witchcraft and all that. It's basically Satanism for girls. Yeah, I know. Ladies, listen to me. It's true. At its heart of hearts, when you really get down to it, Satanism is feminism for girls. All right, there. She wrote the book. That's Rachel Wilson's book. You want to really get to the heart of what she says about it, you read her book, Occult Feminism, Rachel Wilson. That is Andrew Wilson's wife. And the reason why I like them as a couple, especially in all this YouTube stuff, she'll say flat out, yeah, that's my husband. I actually do I do what he tells me to do because he's my husband and I love him. She'll say things like that on the panel in front of a bunch of angry feminist chicks. And it kind of hits hard when she says that. Because who would you rather have? Who would you really rather have? An 8 or a 9 who secretly hates you and all men, or a 6 or a 5 who would bear 8 of your children and serve you well and speak well of you, and you know, she'll be there for you until you die, right? Decisions you got to make. I'm trying to tell you, it's decisions out here to make.
Point of view, you are supposed to be obedient to your husband in all things. So before conservative women will talk about the disobedience, their first thing is their tone.
Yes, the tone.
Yeah, shout out to the conservative feminists out there, man. Don't think you girls went unnoticed. Because I noticed, you noticed, I noticed in you. Now we're all on notice together.
Let's break down what's actually happening. Who's ready?
Masculinity is not only punished, but also women on the right, covert feminists on the right, are constantly and consistently talking about how they need to have privilege in society.
We talked about this clip last week. What do women owe men? And it was a long review of this Andrew Wilson appearance on the Piers Morgan Uncensored show.
I want men. Their version of masculinity is men who take care of us, men who protect us, men who do all of this. Those are all duties that men have towards women. Great. What are the duties that women have towards men? What are the duties that women have towards anything? What do men get out of this arrangement? What are we getting out of this arrangement? Can you tell me?
But I don't think a man needs to get something out of it to be a manly man, a protector, and a provider. If you think...
Yeah, you're not supposed to get anything out of it. You're supposed to just serve. All men must serve, right? Straight out of Game of Thrones, bro. All men must serve. And then it's, you know, all men must die. That's really the Game of Thrones. Valar Dohaeris, Valar Morghulis, man. I learned High Valyrian. Yeah, all men must serve. It's real. If you haven't noticed, we are an official monetized YouTube channel. I actually started a program. We have some memberships available. We have some exclusive paywall content already, but we're gonna add to the exclusive content as the channel grows and the days go by. But we are an official channel. I'm all professional and business-like now. We've been monetized. The super chats are open. Please support the show. Hit that like button. Thank you guys so much for following.
You need to get something out of it. I quite frankly don't consider you a real man.
Okay, so this is happening on Piers Morgan. Drives me crazy sometimes. These little boxes, it reminds me of my cable news days that used to make me insane. not a format I love. But regardless, kudos to Pierce for having a discussion about this stuff. That's Andrew Wilson you see that's making the point. That's Tommy Lahren that you see, making the opposing point. So let me just bring up, do you notice, first of all, when he says, okay, these are all the things that you expect a man to do, a provider, a protector, you're home at night and somebody starts rattling at the door. You want the guy to be the one to protect that home. These are all, yes, these are expectations that traditional conservative women have of men. And in my view, it's correct to assume that. Yes, a man should be a provider. A man should be a protector. A man should be a masculine man, right? These are things that are naturally desired by women for a reason, right? Some of it is hormonal. Some of it is just the fact that we are a female.
I never caught this lady's name, but I like her presentation. She reminds me of the OG red pill female content creators back in the early days of the red pill, like the Karen Strawns and the girl writes what. We had some really interesting women making content for the red pill years and years ago, before it all went big time and commercial.
Men and women are different. We talk about that all the time. But you notice that when he turns around, and Andrew Wilson, I don't know a lot about Andrew Wilson and what he's saying about other topics. I have no idea. But in this clip, he's right. Because when he turns around and he says to Tommy Lahren, okay, so these are the things you expect of men. What can men expect rightfully of women? What are the duties that a woman should do? She immediately turns around, and there's a lot of defensiveness in what she's saying, but she says, well, I don't think, you should have to expect anything. Well, why not? Why should men not have to expect anything, but women get to expect that a man is a provider, that a man is a protector? These are expectations that you're.
I've been saying it over and over again. Only men have obligations to society. Women have an ever-growing list of privileges. It just keeps getting longer and longer.
Setting on men. You're saying, I want a masculine man. I want him to fulfill these roles. Okay, then let's be fair. And let's say, well, then what can a man expect of you? And she's saying, well, nothing. What do you mean? In order to be a masculine man, you should be doing all of these things and not have any expectations of women. In fact, if you have expectations of women that are contingent, and say, well, you have to do this in order for me to do this, then you're not a real man. I would completely disagree with that statement. Okay. If you're doing things as a man for women and you have no expectations of her, you're a doormat. If we're going to have a mutual situation here of love and respect, then you should have women that should be able to place expectations on men, and men should be able to place expectations on women. And guess,
a word that goes around a lot of the red pill circles these days is hoflation. The idea that men have to pay more into a woman to get less return from the woman than our fathers and grandfathers and great-grandfathers and such, right? The cost keeps going up, but the returns keep coming down.
Guess what? Men and women are different, and those expectations are going to be different. But it's odd to me. Let's play the end of that clip. I just want to get the tail end of that. Let's listen to the last bit.
Yeah, she have nothing. She have nothing.
But we'll discuss in a moment whether Andrew Wilson is a real man.
Pierce, I offer nothing. I offer nothing.
Okay, so and you see the defensiveness. The reason I wanted to get that, I offer nothing. This is, women are emotional by nature. We are, all of us, and there's an emotional reaction to that, a heated reaction. But what's really odd to me, and this is, he mentions the word covert feminism. Andrew talks about covert feminism. What does that mean? That means that covert feminism is kind of feminism that you have, but you don't really realize that you have. And conservative women hate being called feminists. Why?
Yes, it's feminism that you have, but you don't really realize you have it because you're a girl, and it's just natural to you to want certain things.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
This is about targeting women of color in the United States of America. Don't tell me, because I didn't get a single apology.
Time has expired.
My life was threatened. Thank you.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
Shout out to DeAndre with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much for supporting the show. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you so much.
I need that money.
First dono of the day. Thank you so much. Oh, hold up. My boy D-Rock Den with the $4.99 super chat. I don't think I've seen you around in a little while. Good to know you still around here, bro. Appreciate you coming through. Appreciate you coming through, man. We got to get this done.
Why? Because we conservative women by nature grow up in a world, a political world, where, and I hate to say we, because I don't even put myself in that box anymore, because I don't even know what it means to be conservative anymore. It's just, it's gone wild. But regardless, conservatives are brought up as women battling the feminism of the left, right? The pro-abortion movement, largely. The I don't need a man movement. Conservatives rally for the family unit, right? Mom, dad, kids, procreation, healthy family unions. So yes, you know, conservatives are brought up and we rally against the Gloria Steinems of the world. The feminism of the 1960s, as you would think of it, you know, the bra burning feminists, all of that stuff.
Right. See, you think you're a conservative because you're against the feminism of the 1960s, right? They think I'm a fascist because I'm against the feminism of the 1890s, all right? And I'm going to need you to bend the curve a little bit harder until you meet me where I am. I'm not trying to meet you where you are. You're still feminist over there. That's really what it boils down to. You're fighting the feminism of the 1960s, right? I'm fighting the feminism of the 1890s. That Sojourner Truth, ain't I a woman? If the black man get rights and the black woman don't get voting rights, then the black man gonna treat us just like the white man used to, and it's gonna be just like it was before. I know that quote almost by heart. That's the feminism I'm trying to fight. This bra burning stuff, once they started burning bras, it was way too late by then. We had to kick them out that went way before that.
But what they don't realize is that, and many of them need to take a step back and just listen to what they're saying, is that that same thread, that feminism runs through to a lot of what they're saying, right? A lot of what they're saying, because there's a sense of entitlement there. There's a sense of men have these obligations in society to do these things. And I'm with you. I'm with you on that point. I do believe men should be providers, men should be protectors, but
we were approaching this question last week when I watched the Andrew Wilson clip. I will accept, as a man, I will accept the concept that I have a debt or a role to play in society. You know, this is why you get up, you go to work, you find a respectable job, whatever it may be, you become a part of a thing, and that thing is a part of a greater thing, and we're all a part of this whole that's called America, and we work every day, we do our little thing in our little corner of the world to keep America moving forward, right? But that's our burden as men. That has always been the male burden to his group, whatever, when it was tribes, when it was cities, nation states, you know, full-on global empires, that has always been the role of the male. Women in the modern era, they want to essentially share in that role with the male, but abandon the domestic role. And the simple fact is, biologically, men can't replace you in that role. You can maybe replace a guy, you can like take a man's job for sure, right? But a man can't replace that divine motherhood role. And that is essentially what men are wanting in marriage. That's what men want from women, right? Something like a divine mother.
I don't have an obligation to do X, Y, and Z for you. So the answer to that question is, when he asked that question, when Andrew asked that question and says, well, what are the duties of women? Hey, I can answer you. I think women should be nurturing. I think women should bring the stress level in a house down, not up. I think women should be loyal and faithful and committed. I think women should turn a house into a home and create a beautiful place for a family to thrive.
You know, I don't really have any disagreement with her duties as a woman, as she sees them, right? I don't even really want to add to that. I would like to comment that these are all physically non-taxing jobs, right? These are jobs of the mind and the spirit. You're not required to sacrifice your life and limb to do these kinds of things, right? Meaning what men require of women is just not the same in difficulty. In physical difficulty, it's just not the same. I will grant you stress and emotional burden and turmoil. What's that word girls like to use? Emotional labor. God, I hate that concept, emotional labor. Like you lift weights with your heart. Like you pull a truck with your feelings. It's emotional labor.
Emotional damage. You want some therapy?
Hey, shout out to DeAndre with another $2 super chat. He says that convo with you and Obsidian was dope. Yeah, if you don't know, every so often I do pop up on Obsidian's channel on Rumble, and we talk about things. You know, we discuss, we parlay. And most recently I just kind of popped in like impromptu. I was in the chat and he shot me the link. And we were talking about Dr. Umar Johnson and his baby mama drama and all that. And you know, I'm always double-minded with Umar in this thing, right? You know, I'm not really tripping about what the women have to say, but like Umar, yo, you getting caught out here looking crazy. You've been hypocriting so long, you getting it from 360 degrees now, bro. But he might pull through. He gonna be all right.
I think women should be beautiful, wonderful moms. I think they should be good, loyal, faithful wives. I mean, I have a whole bunch of things. I think they should be pleasant to be around a lot of the time. I don't think women should add to the stress burden of a man, because it is being a provider. That means you have all the finances in order. That means
being a man is hard. Okay. You know, and then I'm being, you know, a little goofy about it, but in all actuality, and this is just a thing that as a man you kind of accept. You know, even as a husband with a loving wife and she's devoted and all the good things, there is a loneliness to that role, and that the burden must be all yours, and you can't really let her or the kids see you crack. You know, you kind of always want to save face, as the Japanese would say. You have to put on the brave face and whatnot, and it's a burden. And I don't like I don't resent the burden in any way, but I notice women don't have any conceptualization of this burden, because they think they're the ones who carry emotional labor. But I would argue the emotional labor of carrying the world on your shoulders is probably a little bit harder.
if she decides she doesn't want to work, you pick up, you take over. That is a hefty responsibility. And anyone who's been in any financial difficulty in their life knows that when you have no money, you can't worry about anything else, right? That is a hefty responsibility. Being a protector, what does that mean? That means that you know how to fight. That means that you're fit. That means that you're in shape. That means that you've got your gun, that you've had your training. That means that you are prepared, that if you know what hits the fan, you are in charge in that house, and it's your duty to protect that family. These things are not easy. These are not small, easy tasks. These are big, heavy loads. So there should be, with good reason, that guys should turn and say, I'm willing to do all this. I love you. I want to do this for you. This is in my natural instinct to do these things, and I want to do this for you. But this is what I want from a wife.
What I want from a wife. Yeah. There are things that I want from a wife. There are things that are required of you as a woman in the professional labor market that over time, it will dull your appeal as a wife. I got one other short video to review before we get to the Megyn Kelly conversation. There's a black conservative feminist from across the pond.
You've called yourself a gender critical feminist. And the issue, obviously, of
I think her name is Kemi Bedendock. I'm probably terrorizing her name right now, but she is the leader of the UK's Conservative Party. Shout out to my man Joey Montana with the 199. Thank you so much. You know, I'm doing my best to be a good boy. We're going to stay clean and professional like over here. But we're going to have fun, though. We're going to have a good time over here.
Good women are dead. Evil bitches, rise up!
Feminism and the conflict, I guess, between traditional feminism and women's rights and trans rights has been at the center of politics here in America and in the UK. What is at stake in your view on this topic? Why is it so important to you?
Well, because I think, and I say this as somebody who is both Black and a woman, you know, we all have multiple identities. I think that being a woman is so fundamental to who we are. The biology is so important to being a woman. It's so fundamental. And people don't think very hard about how biology impacts life. But the vulnerabilities that we have as women are very, very closely linked to our biology. We're not as physically strong as men. We have all these experiences, whether it's menstruation or, you know, pregnancy. All of those things have an impact on how we live our lives. And that is reality. And for people to then say that you can just self-define as a woman, for me, just has no basis whatsoever in reality. When I call myself a feminist, it is about equality, that I think women should be able to do the same things that men can do. It was about having equal agency, equal power. It was not an academic form of feminism.
Now, a few minutes ago, we were talking about fighting the feminism of the 1960s or whatever. Now, she's clearly, you know, a feminist of today, but she's fighting against today's feminism, right? Her conservative version of feminism is fighting against transgender rights and whatnot. And again, I'm an anti-feminist from the 1890s, right? I want to get around all of this stuff here.
It was very much a lived experience form of feminism. I saw what my grandmother had to deal with, how, you know, she was treated. And, you know, you look at what women historically had to deal with, not being able to own your own property, things being owned by your father or your husband. I thought, you know, I don't want any of that. Thank goodness I wasn't born in that era, but I always want the equality. And I think one of the issues is that feminism became too academic, and then it started going down these rabbit holes where, well, being a woman is a social construct. Like, well, no, it isn't. It's real. It's biology. There are expectations and the stereotypes and so on. Those are social constructs. But being a woman there is a shared relationship that you will have with every single woman across the planet. And it will be the same for men too, within that biological aspect. And we shouldn't throw that away. But
are you really a conservative just because you're, you know, you don't like men urinating in the women's bathroom? Are you really a conservative just because you read biology books when you were in elementary school and you still believe boys are boys and girls are girls? Does that alone make you a conservative? I mean, look, you know, you're an adult woman with a huge leadership position. You're literally a leader of men. I'm not sure this is the image of a conservative, you know, but she's the leader of the UK's Conservative Party. So who am I to talk? What do I know?
The thing that drove me crazy was seeing how the lives of young, sometimes very young, gay, autistic children were being destroyed on the altar of trans activism, which was then in conflict with feminism. And a lot of women who call themselves feminists, in my view, were on the wrong side. And I thought, you don't understand what it is you're fighting for, that you are letting go of reality and somebody needs to take a stand. And
letting go of reality. That's an interesting proposition I just thought of. At what point do you suppose we truly began to let go of reality? It can't be, you know, because men suddenly transition into women, and that's cool. It can't be like just yesterday, right? Because it was just yesterday when men said, yay, I'm a girl now, the whole Dylan Mulvaney thing, that was like just yesterday. And it can't be just yesterday that we all, as like a culture, as Western culture, when did we actually begin to officially break with reality? I think she accidentally stumbled onto something relatively profound. She doesn't know how deep it was because she's a chick. She's just saying words and stuff. But I found something there. I pulled on a thread and I wound up down a rabbit hole. When do you guys suppose? And help me out in the chat. Give me some help here. Give me an era. Give me a time frame. When do you suppose Western culture began to officially break with reality? Because in my mind, I don't even want to go as far back as the 1890s per se. I mean, you could make the argument of, the beginning of feminism, but I would think a good official marker would be around the 60s. Because, in the 60s in America, we had like the civil rights movement and all that. But you guys remember, we watched this Africa Adios documentary, and it was about decolonialization in the 1960s. In different countries in Africa. It was like Kenya and maybe Mozambique and just different countries. And it wasn't, a fun, happy time the way history books make it seem, right? It was bloody and brutal, there were bodies on the floor. There was a dash of cannibalism even. There was all kind of horrible things happening. Anyway, I'm going to think back on this some more. When did the Western world officially break with reality? Because it wasn't just when dudes started wearing dresses every day. It can't be just yesterday.
And meeting children and young people who've been effectively sterilized, it's horrific. How can people just allow that to happen and say it's just a self-defining thing? So I'm very, very much against that.
Yeah, it's the modern conservative feminist, right? She's a conservative because she doesn't like men peeing in her bathroom or whatever. It's a very selfish form of conservatism, technically. It's like solipsistic conservatism. Oh, wow, I think I just coined a thing. Solipsistic conservatism. That's how girls conservatism. It's all about me. Hit the like button, y'all. We're going to finally jump into the meat and potatoes of this dish here.
Over politics. And there's this viral video, I'm sure you saw it going around on the internet. I saw it on X, but I'm sure it's on Insta and TikTok and all of them, of this liberal woman who says she broke up with her boyfriend over politics. And this has engendered so many strong feelings in the comments section. Wherever it gets posted, here's a bit of it in SOT 38.
So I am obviously, like, very much, everyone knows that I'm a liberal woman. My brother's gay, all my friends are gay, also like abortion rights, female rights, but anyways, so I would like always ask him, I'd be like, what's your politics? Like, where do you lean? And he was just like, well, like socially, I'm a liberal, but economically, I'm a Republican.
I remember when this video was going around, and once I get full AdSense and commercials and everything on this channel, I'm going to start doing a lot more long form video content because I want to comment on a lot of these videos that pop up, but it's just not viable in my previous setup. Now that we got a real job over here, I think I can do other things now.
Fuck that. Okay, fuck this. This is my last straw.
Oh, she's a
Again, I'm
mouth.
a very liberal woman. I have to date someone that is on the same page as me because I can't disagree with someone on something that is so important.
I've been doing good. I don't think I used any profanity yet. And here's this blonde bimbo just ruining my streak, man. I'm trying to be good, man. I'm trying to be a good nigga for massa. I told you Toby gonna be a good nigga for massa, all right? That was the white woman using these bad words.
Important to me for the rest of my life. I fully respect Republicans. I understand that you want to vote that way, but for me, I don't want to marry you and I don't want to date you. So we ended it. And no regrets. I've been single ever since. It was awesome. It's been awesome.
Like virtually every man I follow on X had the same response. Dodged a bullet there, man. Congrats. Mm-hmm. Can I just, before we get to the substance of I won't date a guy who doesn't show my politics, she's extremely unlikable. She's caustic. She's smug. She said there's an arrogance to her. Like, it's my way or the highway. I know better. I mean, you're disgusting because you don't agree with me politically. Like, there's a disdain, even though, half the country disagrees with her politically. A lot of really good, beautiful people disagree with her politically.
I think political vetting in dating is a requirement. Political vetting, especially in this day and age, it is akin to religious vetting. And much in the same way that people from, I don't know, incompatible religions, let's put it that way, people from incompatible religious perspectives should not date for obvious reasons. And I think people with incompatible political beliefs should also not date for the same reason.
Why is that associated so often with these liberal women who do these posts on social media?
Well, I have seen a lot of posts like that. But look, I'm just going to say she seems to know herself and what she wants really well. And she's going for it. So go for it. I actually don't have any ill feelings toward her at all because she's determined. I'm unwilling to move even an inch on my politics. But I do agree that she might be closing herself off to individuals that would be wonderful for her, including her now ex-boyfriend, because people change, people grow, and
the problem is she wouldn't be wonderful for him. He just might be wonderful for her, but it's only about her, apparently. What about him? He's got to live with this liberal harpy now.
They shift their positions on issues here and there. I think it's wrong to think that, someone's political identity can't be fluid. I think it's fluid to some extent. What I find really interesting is that he agreed with her on social issues, and the agreement on social issues, it's what's really likely to lead to a smoother relationship. If he's more fiscally conservative, I don't think that's necessarily something that should be a deal breaker.
I'll tell you something, though. I'll tell you something right now, Anna. He didn't agree with her on social issues. It was a lie.
Probably.
If he's fiscally conservative, he's not in today's social environment, maybe like the social environment of 15 years ago where the big thing was like gay marriage. You could be like a pro-choice, pro-gay marriage Republican, like a Rudy Giuliani. Right. But there is zero chance in today's day and age somebody who says they're fiscally conservative is actually socially liberal.
Again, it's like a religious divide. You just better off not pairing up together because ultimately, beyond having sex, there's not a lot of alignment and you're going to fall out badly on something major and it's going to hurt.
Liberal too. I don't believe it. So she was right that they had vast differences. I just find her so disdainful and unlikable. And women like that are giving like my liberal friends a bad name because she's so nasty and seems to be like playing fast and loose with this guy's feelings. Like he's a nothing to her just because he has different politics. All right. One more for you on the culture front. And this is another woman, and this is gonna take us to a place that I've really been dying to discuss. This is a woman named Paige Connell. She's a TikTok mom influencer, and she decided to post a very long. I gave this woman 5 minutes of my life, which I'll never get back. It was all about how she's a working mom. Her husband works too. They have kids. She's very, very unsatisfied with the amount, or was, of housework and support he was bringing to the home, and she really had to lecture him into doing more. And then was extremely disappointed when he did not live up to like her expectations. Let me play what we have of it.
I noticed there's a lot of content around lately. Well, it's just generally the trend, but there isn't a lot of content that makes marriage look appealing to men. And part of it is because we just have a bunch of like liberal writers creating all of our media. And so their version of marriage that appeals to men is literally The Handmaid's Tale. Ironically, the relationship that also appeals to them is like 50 Shades of Grey, so that's weird. But I don't really see a lot of content that makes marriage look appealing outside of the trad wife thing. And I think she's gonna talk about that in a minute. But the trad wife content is like it's a modern media attempt to make marriage appealing. And it's all kind of fake and over stylized and overblown, but it looks cute and it kind of does hit where it's supposed to.
South 39.
My husband and I had 4 kids. We both worked full time. We had been together for 16 years at this point. And on paper, I have an amazing husband, but I was incredibly frustrated and burnt out from our marriage and from motherhood. And when we have kids, women tend to carry a disproportionate amount of the work in the home, the work of raising kids, and the mental load. And about 3 months after my 4th baby was born,
there's that emotional labor crap again. And mind you, this woman is a stay-at-home mom. Now, I believe she works from home to some capacity. I don't know if she just makes TikTok full-time or she actually had a profession that kept her home. But either way, she was an at-home mom.
I remember looking at my husband and saying, I need more. I need you to do more. And I said, okay, something that would make my life easier is if in the mornings when I came downstairs with the 4 kids, because I do mornings by myself, the dishwasher was emptied, the dishes were put away, and the trash was taken out. And so, of course, he does it, but then I have to remind him, and then he forgets. I felt so disrespected and unseen and unvalued at that point in time. So we did the work to figure out what equity looked like in our relationship. And it can hurt your relationship. It can ruin your marriage if you do not participate.
Equity is a fake term. I hate the way people use that term. If a person uses the word equity and you're not having some kind of financial discussion, they're using the word wrong. I asked them to use another word. I asked them to say what they really mean when they say the word equity, because I hate the way people keep using this word. Equity has almost no usage outside of financial conversations. If it ain't about the money, it literally ain't about nothing. It's equity.
In an equitable way in your home.
Here's the thing that most men I follow on Twitter are responding to on X. They're offended that a wife would post a diss video about her husband on the internet in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, look, I have a broader point to make about that culture, and it goes well beyond wives posting about their husbands. Please stop airing your dirty laundry on social media. Honestly, have a little bit of respect, a modicum of respect for the people in your personal life, even if you're in the middle of a feud with them. How about respect their privacy and work it out privately? You don't need a bunch of random strangers chiming in on your relationship. I would never in a million years do that to my husband or my friends or to my colleagues.
Now, Anna, I thank you for saying those words, but at the same time, it's kind of mostly women who are making marriage look unappealing to the prospective men out there. And like these 2 ladies here, they're kind of pitching marriage in favor of women. Like they want men to marry women because women want to get married, apparently. But it's women who are pushing the men away. You feel me, right? It's like, imagine you walk into a car dealership and you sit down in a nice little convertible. It's red. It looks fast. Leather. And then the salesperson is like, this car hates you. You actually look kind of gay in this car. You know what I mean? That's kind of how women sell marriage. And don't be surprised if dudes don't want to buy your little red sports car no more.
Which has been done to me many, many times. I think it's disgusting. It shows a lack of maturity. Have the conversation privately. Work out your own drama and your own issues privately. So that's point number 1. Point number 2 is, look, a marriage, as I'm sure you know, is it's a partnership. And I think when you fail to see it as a partnership and you instead kind of like tally who's doing what and whether or not you're, pulling your weight or he's pulling his weight, that's just a toxic environment to function in, to have a relationship in. And so I learned that lesson pretty early on in my marriage. I remember in the very beginning, it was like, okay, he's got his bank account, I've got my bank account, and he's going to pay these bills, I'm going to pay those bills. For some marriages, that works out. But I remember, Cenk Uygur, my co-host and the founder of the Young Turks, he kind of pulled me aside and said, you're kind of paving a path to a lot of conflict here.
Right. Anna is describing a marriage between equal partners, which it almost sounds like a roommate relationship, the way she just described it. And I think a lot of modern women, for all kind of reasons, they like the idea of a marriage between equal partners. Remember I said earlier, feminism it speaks to things that, just appeal to women's base nature. And maybe I shouldn't even say base nature. Maybe their darker nature is a more on target description. But this idea of an equalized partnership, where we have equity in our romance, whatever that means. Women kind of go for that. That's what they're aiming for nowadays, it seems like. And the problem is a lot of men, especially the men who would want to marry, or the men that would be best to marry, they don't want to marry an equal partner. That is a tough thing to kind of work out verbally, perhaps. Even intellectually, you kind of have to work your way through it, because we're starting from modernity, right? So we were born into this swamp of equality, but ultimately men don't really want to marry an equal partner. I think the marriage setup that's existed for millennia was never built around equality or equity. Neither of those words came into play. These were words invented in the 1960s by the homosexual subculture. Traditional marriage is not a place of equality or equity. Earlier, when I spoke about Andrew Wilson and his wife, Rachel, and I said I liked Rachel. I liked the way she approached and spoke of her marriage, in that she will say openly to a table full of women, he is my husband and I listen to him. I do what he asks of me because he's my husband and I love him. That is not a marriage between equals. There's nothing equitable as was described here today. Nothing like that comes up in her conception of marriage. And I think most men would rather have the marriage like Andrew Wilson has, as opposed to like the average marriage you see on, in Black love media. Marriage between equals is not marriage, it's torture.
You have to see your marriage as a partnership, and don't think of it as his money versus my money. And honestly, that was the best advice I ever got in my marriage. And we do really well together. And I don't, he's not keeping track of whether I'm pulling my weight. I'm not keeping track of whether he's pulling his weight. We have mutual love and mutual respect for each other, and we look out for each other. That's in my opinion, a successful marriage.
It reminds me of not your particular example, but remember the Joy Luck Club? The Joy Luck Club, where one of the four women, it's all about these four moms and then their next gen coming up, and the lives that all 8 women are leading. And the one daughter of the mom is in a marriage where the guy like makes her write down if she ate the tub of ice cream that was in the freezer. because it's going to come off of her share of the grocery money. You know, she ate the ice
Oh
cream
my
and that's
gosh.
$4 that she now owes. It was so, I mean, it's abusive, really is what it is. It's abusive. But I do think there's something happening with men and women in, you know, on the conservative side of the aisle that's.
Now, I want to just take note of Megyn Kelly doing the typical liberal thing here. Allegedly, Megyn is a conservative woman, right? Allegedly. You know how I feel about that concept, but allegedly she's conservative. And she's doing the liberal approach, though. She's taking the liberal tack by telling a marriage story that makes the man look horrible so that she can sell you the benefits of modern equal partnership equity marriage because she's a conservative.
A little upsetting to me right now. And that is like, as we have bent over backwards as conservatives or, you know, right-leaning people to make clear to women that they don't have to, quote, have it all, that like if they don't want to work outside of the home and they want to be stay-at-home wives or stay-at-home moms too, like doing it all, that's a totally amazing choice. And no one should look down on it. It's the most important job in the world. It's literally the most important job in the world to be a mother and to raise good children. But
you know what they say about butt? Help me out in the chat, y'all. What do they tell you about butt? There's a popular phrase out there about when people use the word butt in the middle of their sentence, in the middle of their paragraph, they say all these things and then they say but. Like, oh man. Oh no. And this is what I was trying to tell you, man. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. The feminists are trying to play conservatives, man. The feminist is gonna creep up on you.
We need our weed. I don't wear it, but we need it.
She need her feminism, all right? She don't wear it, but she need it. Can't go without it. Just in case, you never know. She might feel strong and independent one day. She might decide to equity one day.
Amazing choice. And no one should look down on it. It's the most important job in the world. It's literally the most important job in the world to be a mother and to raise good children. But like so many things, we overcorrect. We do it on the right. The left does it too. And what's happening right now on the right to some extent is it's morphing into, and there's something wrong with somebody who works. And the women who work are less attractive and not good partners. And also, if you choose to work in like your 20s and your 30s and spend a lot of time at the office, you're effing up your whole life. You're not going to.
Yeah. That's the hard line we got to hit right there. All right. It's not me. It's not me. You can do whatever you want. You want to ride the carousel until you're 38 years old and you're ready for love. You do you, boo. Go for it. All right. But love won't be ready for you after 35. It's not me. It's not me. It's love. It's love. What's love got to do with it? You're the one looking for love. I'm just trying to tell you. You carousel until you're 35 and then you're ready to settle down and finally find love. Love ain't going to be ready for you no more. That's just that's the harsh truth. That's the harsh truth. After that, it starts to become like lottery tickets. I'm going to start playing the lottery too. I don't know. I feel lucky lately.
Meet a man and you're not going to have a kid, even though that's not necessarily true. It's much easier to meet somebody and have a baby in your 20s because you're young and you got your totally golden eggs.
No, it's infinitely easier. It's biblically easier. By the time you crack 30, you start to accumulate baggage and the difficulty level skyrockets. It's crazy.
But so many women have kids in their 30s. I mean, without fertility help. And we've just sort of gotten to this place on the right where the messaging to me.
Oh no, you're gonna have kids. You will definitely, if you want a baby, you'll have a baby. Because you're a feminist. That's the reality of it. That's what's going on here. The guys on the right have realized that they are surrounded by feminist poon. It's not like he thought it was. Yeah. Your favorite online female conservative content creator? Yeah, she votes too. Yeah.
Is like, it's making me really uncomfortable. What do you make of it?
Well, it's always made me uncomfortable, especially because I think the best possible situation is a situation in which women get to decide, right? So if they decide they want to be stay-at-home mothers, I think it's important to have the economic conditions that allow for that to happen. And I have a lot of respect for stay-at-home moms. I agree.
You know, I want to decide. I want to decide. I want to make decisions. Can I make decisions? Am I man enough to make a decision? I want to make decisions. Oh, who is this person here? Oh, it looks like we have a live one in the chat. Good afternoon, everyone. I have opinions about this topic as well. I thought it was a good example of how feminism is permeating throughout. Sonia's scrapbook. Interesting. I'm almost willing to drop a line. I always like to engage newcomers, but hang around, Sonia. Hang around. We might chop it up a little bit. You're welcome in the conversation.
Agree with you. I think that's literally the most difficult job in the world, and it's important for kids.
But yeah, like I was saying, man, I want to make decisions. Can I choose to be a stay-at-home husband? Can I make that decision as a man? I want to choose. I want to decide. I want to make decisions. I want to call a shot. What if I want to be a stay-at-home husband? What if I want to bake all the cookies? I want to do all the laundry, right? I want to pick out all the curtains and the decorations and whatnot in the house. Can I do that? Let me spread my interior decorating, nesting, homemaking wings as a man. Can I decide? Because like, if you get to decide, how come I can't make decisions too? How come only women get to decide what their roles should be? The dude just got to be the dude. All day long, he's just the dude. On Monday, he's the dude. Saturday morning, he's the dude. Tuesday night after church, he's the dude. She gets to decide, I want to be a homemaker. I want to work at Starbucks. I want to write a book. I want to open up a little gift shop that only sells crystal dolphins. She just gets to decide. Whatever. I'll just do whatever. How come I can't decide? Maybe I want to open a little gift shop that sells crystal dolphins. How come I can't make decisions? I feel like we don't have equity in this decision-making setup here. We need to discuss this. We should go back to that table that everybody keeps telling me about. You guys remember that table? You guys remember they kept telling us there was a table where we could talk it out and work these issues out?
That allow for that to happen. And I have a lot of respect for stay-at-home moms. I agree with you. I think that's literally the most difficult job in the world. And it's important for kids to have that close relationship with their mother growing up, especially in like the formative years. But I do think that it's possible for mothers to work and still be great mothers. The thing is, a lot of women don't even have that choice. You get what I'm saying?
That is true. That is true. And I don't mean to disparage working moms when I say this, but I think it is a practical reality. Your working time takes away from your mothering time. Your working energy subtracts from your mother energy. I think I was listening to Dr. Thunder earlier today talking about something, this actual very problem of parents, single moms especially, not just simply not having the time, ability, and energy to pour into their children as much as they would like, or as much as we would like as a society, right? Because, you know, we got to put these little niggas in jail later on. But it has nothing to do with your will or your drive as a woman. It's just a practical reality. The motherhood role kind of requires presence and focus and dedication, and having a job puts all your focus, presence, and dedication literally in another place.
I especially in this current economy with inflation. So I would love to live in a world where I could be a stay-at-home, you know, housewife, but it's just not realistic. You know, we got to pay our bills and we both have to work. But I really do think if we had that economic situation in place, a lot of women would choose to be stay-at-home mothers, and it should be their choice. I don't think it's anyone's place to judge the decisions that are made by any family, right? It's up to that family to decide what works best for them and whether or not they could afford the setup that they want to pursue.
But here's what's happening on the
I'm done. I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
Wait, what? Rich, now what's our motto? We was kings. We was kings!
And I went so goofy, I did all that on mute. I was going off too. I was going off so hard. You don't even know. I feel so goofy. But we finally got our first member. Shout out to my man, Anton Chigurh. I just realized right after the show yesterday, I figured out how to open up the membership, and I finally got it set up officially. And so, Anton, you are alone in the church, all right? And Anton Chigurh, if you don't know, Chigurh is the guy from No Country for Old Men. He's that old. He's the guy with the cow killing thing. Remember, he was in the store with the old man. He was like, if your rules have brought you to this moment, then what good are your rules? You know, that guy. So, Anton, you're alone in the club right now. So you got to tell me, you know, you get to give me feedback and whatever. But because you are member number 1, I shall build my church upon thee. You are the foundational member of the Oppression Daily channel. I'm going to change the name. Later on tonight, I'm going to officially change the name. We're going to go with Oppression Daily. No. We're going to go with Daily Oppression. All right, it's Daily Oppression. Daily Oppression with the Hoodservative, because I'm going to try to do this almost every day, or at least every weekday. But Daily Oppression, Anton is the first club member. Goddamn Pope in this. I'm trying not to say bad words. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to keep it clean and pristine. Only pretty white girls get to curse on my channel. That's it. I'm only going to play pretty white girls cursing on my channel. I'm not going to say bad words.
When I die, I'ma go to Snow Bunny Heaven. Snow Bunny Heaven. When I die.
Oh, stop. Hold up. The church just grew. The church just grew. Hey, Pope, we got some parishioners in the house. Anton is the Pope, but we got some new parishioners. We got some cardinals. We got to shout out the cardinals now. Anton was number 1, so you get the Pope. You get to be the Pope. Honey barbecue wings, cardinal in the Church of Misogyny. My man Frank Rod, Frank Castle, a cardinal in the Church of Misogyny. My man DeAndre, a cardinal in the Church of Misogyny. Freeman's Journal, a cardinal in the Church of Misogyny. We have built this church upon thee. It started with Pope Anton, and now we got cardinals and stuff. We got cardinals now. Yeah, we flocked up. We flocked up. We official. We are official. We are legit now. We are big timing now. Feel like Manny Fresh. I'm big time over here. We are building the Church of Misogyny. I got to figure out, I'm going to make that more of a theme over here too, the Church of Misogyny. It has to be like a little mini theme. The Church of Misogyny. Nah, buddy, I'm not on Zelle. I'm a poor Negro. I don't have a bank account. Zelle only likes to do a business with real people.
Right. Young women, I talk to young conservative women all the time about their lives and their goals and, the things that they want. And what's happening is they can't find men who are maybe more conservative. Usually they're looking for somebody who is religious, like a lot of conservative women tend to be God-loving conservatives. And they can't find a lot of young men who want to marry a working woman now. This is an actual problem that's coming up on the right. And to me, it's so sad because it's like, how did we get to the point where we're now telling young, conservative, amazing women that they're not attractive if they also work?
I just realized we need Church of Misogyny mugs. That's what it is. That's what it is. We got to get some merch. Church of Misogyny mugs, all right? As you sip from your Church of Misogyny mug, you can give a full-throated lecture about why you don't really like the idea of women working. That's really it. That's what it is. We just don't like the idea of it, all right? It's not the thing that I picture. And listen, to be fair, in the modern world, the economy is kind of set up that you kind of have to live at the higher end of the scale to afford a housewife. But the problem underlying the women working situation, and this is what I guess the average working class couple would have to deal with. I want my woman to be loyal to me, not to her job or to anyone at the job. You know how like on Everybody Hates Chris, Tashina Arnold played Chris's mom, and she had this line she would say all the time, because remember, his mom kept switching jobs. She would go from place to place. I would do this, I would do that, whatever, because I got a man, I got a husband. Her husband had a job, right? And that is something like the setup that guys are looking for. It's yeah, we would love it if we could be the kind of man who could afford to pay for everything and she didn't have to work, right? But not everybody got that, right? What guys just want is that that loyalty, honestly. And I think men don't feel loyalty from modern women who, they're climbing the economic professional ladder. They have goals and dreams or whatever. It's so funny. Years ago, I remember I'm listening to Corey Holcomb, and he was doing his stand-up bit, and he was saying, I think if it goes, this is how it went. The last thing I need is a good woman, right? Like, what am I gonna do with a good woman? You out here with hopes and dreams, you're gonna mess up everything I'm trying to do. And I was laughing at it, and it's still funny to this day, but I was laughing at it then, but now I just had a completely different, like, baseline conservative appreciation for that, right? As a modern woman, as a career-oriented woman, your hopes and dreams are gonna mess up everything I'm trying to do. Like, grow the church of misogyny with another church member. Shout out to the Midwest Request, a cardinal in the church. Let's do a list now. How many cardinals we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5 cardinals. That's a basketball team and the coach right now. We got full court basketball and a professional coach right now. This church is growing. The church of misogyny grows. Shout out to all of y'all. Appreciate you guys joining the church, man. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much. We are going to grow this church, take it to places I'd never imagined going.
If they choose to, let's say, do what I'm doing and what you're doing and like get their voice out there, but I'll stick with me just because I think conservatives listening to this will like the thought of another Megyn Kelly voice up and coming. Well, why wouldn't we want that? Why would we take somebody who's talented in this field and really wants to make a difference and have the messaging to her be, you're really not that valuable unless you give it up and go into the home and only have a family? And
I don't think it's an issue of only have a family, but if the family is the priority, then chasing the career kind of goes out of the window, doesn't it? I mean, a job is a job, but like you chasing your career, I don't know if that's going to really be compatible with the guy who desperately wants a loyal wife and a happy family with like 3 or 4 kids.
Only raise a family. And not only are we sending her that message, but young men are actually believing that. They're actually believing it, especially on the right, because like the trad mom has gotten so popular. And it's like, no, if we do that, we're not going to have any strong conservative or right-leaning women to provide a role model for younger conservative women.
The trad mom is artificial and TikTok fake as it may be. The trad mom is a better conservative model for young women than the average modern woman. Like I would rather the trad mom than the Megyn Kelly. I would rather a trad mom than Anna Kasparian. And I like Anna. I don't really talk bad about Anna that much because I think she's cute. But I would rather the trad mom. If Anna ever becomes a trad mom, I might just become a stalker. But I'm just saying, like, the trad mom is a thing that is a lot more appealing than working 9 to 5, trying to make a living. Nobody want that. Nobody want that. That was a lie. The devil is a lie.
Who, and there's nothing to apologize for here, don't necessarily want to spend all their 20s and their 30s getting married and having kids, or can't. They just weren't able to meet somebody and definitely don't need to be shamed over it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I totally agree with you. I'm of two minds of this, though, because if you are a young man and you know what you want and you think you have the earning power to literally carry the entire family financially, well, then I guess wait around until you find the right woman for you. But I think most women, not all, but most women, even conservative women, think it's important to have some level of financial independence, right? I mean, you never know if your marriage is going to go perfectly well. Things could fall apart. And if you haven't been in the job market at all for a long time, it's going to be difficult for you to get back in. So look, it really depends on the guy. And if he really has a problem with his wife working, well, then That's on him. And I think he's actually going to have some difficulty finding a partner. But there's so many factors.
I think really at the heart of it, it's not really the issue of the woman working, because we're in the modern world. Most women are going to have a job. You're probably going to meet a woman at your job, or you're going to meet a woman with a job. The problem, I think, that's underlying this conversation that these two ladies aren't really getting close to, or close enough for me anyway. I remember months ago I did a stream about being a father to a modern woman, and like this idea of you remember Madonna, Papa don't preach, I'm in trouble deep, Papa don't preach, I've been losing sleep, but I made up my mind, I'm keeping my baby. Wasn't it catchy? They made rebelling against your father who loved you and provided for you and wants nothing but the best for you. They made that cool and catchy. It was a dance jam. Girls at the club they were doing the bop to Papa Don't Preach. And watching your daughter like go away to college, and this is more of a suburban white phenomenon, but watching your daughter go away to college as a young, beautiful girl, and then like 2 years later, she's like this half shaved head, half purple dreadlock head, feminist bull ring in her nose type of angry, aggressive thing. How are you supposed to like that? And that's an extreme. That's an extreme, right? But how, as a father, are we not supposed to have dreams for our own daughters and want things for our daughters? And I would rather my daughter be happily married than be gainfully employed. But that's just me. I'm a dad like that. And I think to kind of stretch this argument to a different man, I don't know that modern men really, really like modern women as much as modern women really want to be liked. I think what Anna and Megan are really looking at right now is just the simple fact that men haven't really changed in our role, in our perception of what we should be doing, what needs to be done, what we want for ourselves. Not all men have become modern metrosexuals and all that, right? But a lot of women are modern women. They have choices, they have options and freedoms, they have protections now. They have rights. They have rights. So fucking what, man? Modern men are just looking at the whole deal, and we're just kind of like, I don't really know.
To consider, including the financial difficulty of living in a single income household where you're trying to raise kids. And look, I also think, whether these guys want to believe it or not, when you have a stay-at-home wife, I've seen too many instances of this resentment building because, for whatever reason, guys tend to think that, oh, well, she's staying home. She's not out there working as hard as I am. She's just home raising the kids. She has a comfortable life. I'm providing for her. This like resentment starts to build. And I've seen it all over the place. I've seen it in contexts like my own family. I've seen it, outside of my family. And so I think they don't really know what they're asking for here, but I could be wrong. Who knows? And I agree with you. I think that it is important to have strong female voices on both sides of the political aisle. And I think they could really be hurting the conservative movement by essentially, banning women from taking part in conservative media. I mean, you're one of the strongest conservative voices, female voices out there. So,
when I was talking about the black male vote the other day, and how the black male vote is no different from the black female vote. Like you want the same thing. Your platform is exactly the same. I don't think it's a good thing if we have in the conservative movement a lot of strong, empowered women, the way you find it on the liberal side. I think the left-wing liberal side of the game should be for the strong, empowered women. I don't think it would serve the conservative movement. I don't think it would help the right-wing movement all that much to have an excess of strong, empowered women. Now, that's not to say there should never be a woman speaker at whatever. There should never be a woman to have this or that job. I'm not really going that far, but I just think that if both sides of the political aisle are dominated by, frankly, big mouth women, then you're back to the, one bird with two wings problem again. I don't want the two parties, I don't want the two sides of the political spectrum to have the same things on each side. I think the left is the home of the women who are career-oriented, self-motivated, and they frankly don't need no man. I think that is the politic for you.
How dare you say that we are not interested in families in the Black community?
I think the conservative movement, and this kind of does get to the heart of conservative criticism. You fail to conserve anything, right? And this is another one of those little invisible battle lines that you're going to lose because, yeah, the conservative movement will grow with, covert feminists taking the mic and saying, yay, I'm not a feminist, I'm a conservative because boys shouldn't be in the girls' locker room. That's my conservatism, right? And it's going to be a thing. It's going to happen. So I'm just telling you guys now, be on the lookout for the conservative chameleon feminism.
If you didn't exist, I don't know. I just don't think the conservative message would be as powerful.
Well, thank you for that. I think they'd be fine. But I do think that there's a strain, especially of young women, who appreciate seeing a strong conservative woman who's had a voice in this lane and also had a family. I know now you get shamed for saying that you can have it all, but you can. I'm sorry. I'll never say anything different. You can. Yes, there are risks. Yeah. Yes, if what's most important to you is to have children and also ideally to be with them even in your golden years. And sadly, I had mine when I was older, so that clips the time that you'll be old with them and ideally grandchildren in your life, but it just didn't work out for me that way. I met my husband when I was 35. But anyway.
You met your husband when you were 35. And there it is. And there it is. She just squeaked across the finish line. What did I say earlier? What did I tell you earlier? After 35, finding love is kind of hard. You can make a baby, you can still get knocked up, but the game gets cold once you start to get past a certain threshold. And you just squeaked across the finish line. And then look, you're going to tell people you can have it all. Megyn Kelly, she literally said earlier, you can have it all. And she's here to tell women that you can have it all. Stop lying to women. You cannot have it all. All is an infinity. You cannot have an infinity. No one can possess an infinity. They really want the infinity stones. That's what these hoes want. They really want the infinity stones, bro. Chicks say you can have it all. No, you cannot possess the infinity stone. Did you see what happened to Peter Quill when he grabbed just one infinity stone? It almost killed him, and he's half a planet. He's like half God or something. And you are not meant to possess an infinity stone, all right? If you tell a man you can't have it all, it's not even a question. He's going to look at you like you're stupid. Like, why are we even having this who said I could have it all? Who told you I thought I could have it all, right? But somehow, for God knows whatever reason, there is this notion among many, many women. It's not even like purple-haired liberals. It's apparently, Christian conservative women. They think they can have it all too. And you can't have it all. And you know what I think? That's really the quiet position of the men that these two women are criticizing right now. They're attempting to like almost shame conservative men for not really wanting to marry modern working careerist women. But the men are saying that I know I can't have it all. And why would I want a woman who believes she can have it all? And by refraining, by abstaining, they are telling the women that you can't have it all. Get out of there, Clue. Get out of there, Clue. All right. We were talking about the Infinity Stones, a wholesome family Marvel product. Okay, I have no idea what Clue Studio is joking about. These are blue jokes. All right. This is X-rated comedy. I am unfamiliar with that kind of comedy. I don't even know where you get off making those kind of jokes on such a wholesome family monetized channel, Clue. Hey, you know what? Sonia's scrapbook. Let's take a little chance. Sonia, you said you would like to add something to this discussion. Sonia, would you like to actually talk about this? Because I would love to put the link in the chat, and I promise I would only bring you up. If Sonia would like to be a brave soul, I would take the risk of bringing up a totally unknown quality onto my pristine new channel because, I'm going to simp for women. That's what you do when you have a monetized channel. You have to go out of your way and simp for women. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to make a nice, safe, welcoming space for this random woman. I don't even know what she looks like. She could be cute. She could be big. She could be slim. She could be mean. I don't even know, but I'm going to welcome her with my big, warm, open arms because that's what you do when you're a professional YouTube channel. You have to be nice to all the women's out there, all right? And that's what I do. I love the women's. Anybody ever told you I don't love the women's? They lie. They lie about me often. I don't know why they do that. But now, if you really want to have a conversation, I will open up the floor to you, Sonia, because I'm interested in new opinions. I like to have conversations with new people from time to time. I like to get some opinions from maybe left field.
So if you really want to have kids when you're very young, yes, you may have to table career opportunities for a while. But in my case, I just feel like it worked out wonderfully. Tariff wars, stubborn inflation, no wonder gold's been routinely hitting all-time highs.
See, finding a husband at 35 worked out wonderfully for Megyn Kelly. I wonder how much Megyn Kelly weighs. I'm not trying to be a dick, but like, you had to maintain a particular BMI, not just for personal reasons, but for professional reasons as well. And this is another thing I want to talk about with you guys. It's something that I kind of been, I call it apex fallacy. I don't know if there's a more official term for this observation. In a lot of ways, Megyn Kelly would represent the 1% of women. And I'm not even saying she's like a runway model at all. I don't mean 1% in that way, but I mean 1% in that she is above average attractive. And she's maintained that throughout her years. Because if you got married at 35, I would imagine you probably look similar to you did, better maybe because you were 35 then. And you held on to that post-wall. That doesn't always happen. Let's put it that way, right? Doesn't always happen like that for the average woman. And why am I describing something I call apex fallacy? This is something I noticed in women. And I call it apex in the sense that it's something I noticed about how women tend to observe and relate to men. Women's view of men is either you're one of the guys who is kind of ahead of the pack, the apex predator, or you're nobody. And women tend to make rationalizations about things as if we are all the apex predator and we all operate at the apex level of the game, right? And you cannot argue for the apex. When you're arguing for how things should work between the broad mass of people, you cannot argue the apex. You have to argue the mean. And I don't think it helps the mean to tell women that you can have it all, that you can chase your career until you're 35 and some handsome, appropriately wealthy guy, some class desirable guy will be there for you, right? That is an apex dream. You hit an apex dream. You got the golden ring. That is the equivalent of telling every young black boy that you can be Michael Jordan. That is literally telling every boy that all you got to do is dribble and keep on dribbling, and one day you'll make it to the NBA. And shout out to Free Zone Lou for the $5 super chat. The niggas is going fun. I mean, listen. I'm going with Anna. I will take Megan if she comes with Anna. I'm not really chasing a Megan down. I mean, Megyn Kelly's not unattractive. You know, I'm not saying I would never, but I would take Megan if she came with Anna. It has to be a package deal.
When I die, I'ma go to Snow Bunny Heaven. Snow Bunny Heaven.
Because I mean, they're both feminists, so you know. If I'm gonna get two, I only want to pay for one.
In volatile markets like the one we have now, don't sit on the sidelines.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, this I forgot. This clip is done. But yeah, covert conservative feminism. I told you there was a conversation between a couple of feminists here. Biological reality versus progressive ideals. Louise Perry and Claire Lehman. Claire Lehman, that name sounds familiar. I think she's something of a big timer in the feminism conversation.
Machine almost in created feminism in the sense that it suddenly liberated, and I mean that word genuinely, women to participate in public life because it became so much easier to run a household quickly and easily at home. And similarly, I think that what we're seeing now in terms of the ruptures in gender politics and in politics more generally has so much more to do with the internet than it has to do with great men and great women of history.
Talk about the podcast bros. Everybody everywhere is mad at the podcast bros, right? You don't even want to say my name. I need that Heisenberg drop right now. Say my name.
This is Mary Harrington's, my friend and fellow British author. Her insight, which I think is so true, that you see these moments across history where gender relations are renegotiated at points where societies are in flux, normally because of some kind of technological intervention that's been really radical. And so all the things you cite, Andrew Tate, OnlyFans, whatever, these are phenomena of the internet, which is as revolutionary a technology as the printing press, and will surely lead, hopefully not to as bloody consequences as the printing press, but will surely lead to similarly consequential.
Hold on. My ears blinked for a minute, and I could have sworn I heard Andrew Tate.
Andrew Tate, OnlyFans, whatever. The societies are in flux normally because of some kind of technological intervention that's been really radical. And so all the things
Your ears blinked for a minute too, and you heard the name Andrew Tate. That's crazy. Everywhere you go, they're talking about Tate. Look, the title of this conversation is Biological Reality versus Progressive Ideals, and somehow Andrew Tate pops up in the convo. Why? I thought you were like college-educated professionals talking about high-minded ideals that are like too smart for me. But Andrew Tate, this Tate guy, this OnlyFans.
Andrew Tate, OnlyFans, whatever. These are phenomena of the internet, which is as revolutionary a technology as the printing press, and will surely lead, hopefully not to as bloody consequences as the printing press, but will surely lead to similarly consequential consequences. The problem, I suppose, with that analysis, it does lead you to
Okay, I just now got a response from Sonia's scrapbook. She says she can chat for a bit. Yay. We love a brave soul. Any of you niggas show up to my door, I'm not answering. I'm only letting in one woman tonight. Tonight, I'm a one-woman man.
to potentially feel hopeless, right? And like none of our discourse means anything. I don't think that that's true. I think I think that we are learning very rapidly and very obviously that tearing down Chesterton's fence in so many ways has been a terrible mistake. I think OnlyFans is a good example of that, right? I think Andrew Tate is attractive to young men because young men are not doing very well in the modern world.
Why is it that young women are doing extremely well, better than they've ever been, and young men are perhaps doing worse than they've ever been? It's almost as if there's a pie and you can only give a certain amount of slices out of that pie, otherwise things get out of balance, right? It does kind of seem like a zero-sum thing. You know, there was there's a conversation going around about Black men in college, and I've been listening to a little bit of that conversation recently, and I noticed there is one line of pushback that is kind of consistent. People do not want the men to take on this tone of it's, you know, if the women get to have this, then the men can't have that. And I think it actually is something like that. I'm not saying it has to be that way, but it has been that way in that from a government standpoint, from a Western society standpoint, we are going out of our way to invest in women while demonizing men legally, socially, and professionally. You know, things like the Duluth model and DV situations are a way of systemically demonizing men while promoting women and protecting women at every turn. And so I do think very much that it is a matter of uplifting one gender while intentionally suppressing another gender. Apparently, there is a zero-sum problem.
sometimes caricatured by critics and by fans as well, I guess, as thinking that women are the only losers of the sexual revolution. I don't think that's true. I actually think that probably most men are also the losers of the sexual revolution too, not least because it is
And
now
the
so
link
much
is
more
in the chat,
difficult for young
Sonia, if you
men
want to come
to
up and
earn a good
chat for
living
just a bit.
and to support a family. And it's really no surprise that young men are therefore attracted to the bravado that Andrew Tate represents. So I think all of these phenomena are evidence of a society that is really struggling to come to terms with its new reality. And any solutions are going to need to be more radical than, say, censoring Andrew Tate, which would be the go-to solution for most Western governments, as far as I can tell.
I think we can get a bit caught up in a catastrophizing narrative around some of these trends. These trends are real, but there is empirical data that shows that promiscuity has not, in fact, increased a great deal over the last few decades, and that it's always just been maybe 5 or 10% of the population who are having lots of sex with each other, and most everybody else is sort of pairing up into monogamous or monogamish relationships. And some of these trends can be amplified by media narratives. However, I do think you make a very good point.
I gotta I always criticize people for doing this, right? But I'm gonna do this right now because it's fun and I can do that. You're not supposed to fight with your chat, right? You're just not, I be watching people fight with the chat sometime. I'm like, why would you do that? These are the people, you built your church on these people. Why are you fighting with them? But I got to fight with my chat now because now that we're an official channel and I'm like a real regular guy with a job and stuff, they don't like me simping. Mr. O said, nigga, I'm about to come up and F up your couch Rick James style. You see, this is why we got to fight the chat. Now we got to fight the chat. Mr. O said, conservatives, you might as well sell all the way out by playing FD signifier. You think I'm scared of you niggas? You think I'm scared of you niggas? I fight all you niggas. For one woman I don't even know. I will fight all of you niggas for one random woman that just showed up 15 minutes ago.
But I want to address this simping allegation. Do I simp for black women? Yes. I love black women. I don't like y'all niggas. This is an easy decision to make. Sorry.
There you go. Y'all just mad because I invited a woman up and she came up immediately. You just mad. Don't be mad. Enjoy the show. All right, we have Sonia's scrapbook on the show. We never spoke before. You just popped up, so I was curious. You seem like you had something to say earlier, so I want you to just jump in at whatever point you wanted to make. Hello, Sonia. Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, there we are.
First thing, I just want to say that I've been in your chat before thanks to Latina in Cali, so that's how I found you. I'm sub to your channel.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's nice to know that some girls like me. Most of them hate me, but you're good.
I haven't seen her around, so I don't know if she's still in your chat sometimes, but that's how I found you.
Well, I appreciate the find. Let me ask you this. What is it? We were talking about conservative feminism, and there was something you said you wanted to add to the conversation.
No, I just wanted to say that I disagreed with Megyn Kelly on this particular point, and I kind of felt strange when I saw her talking about it this way because it felt very feminist to me. And I agree with you about how if this is the route that they're going to take, I don't really see the difference between that and a liberal.
Well, yeah, and that's exactly how I kind of felt about the whole thing. And I tend to logic my way to a maybe extreme conclusion, but I don't think that it helps the conservative movement by promoting modernity in women. Modern women are kind of the problem. I'm sorry to put it that way, but it's becoming an issue.
Yep, I agree. Unfortunately, when you comment on chats and you're just texting or typing, it doesn't come across and people naturally assume that I'm not agreeing with what you guys are saying. So I just wanted to clear that up.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. My issue with it is just that this is where it all began. This is how that's how women were led astray. One of the things that, when she says you can have it all, I go back to the thought that you can't do all things well. And as a nanny myself, which is what I do, so I could homeschool my son, and I had the luxury to stay home with him before I even knew I was going to homeschool. Long story short, you have to hire someone to be the mother. So if you're a career woman working 40, 50, 60 hours a week, whatever it is that they're striving for, you have to outsource that role. Somebody has to do it. And I can tell you firsthand as a part-time nanny that that's what I do. I'm the stand-in parent, because what do the job descriptions say? You have to feed the child, bathe the child, read a story to them, make them a meal. I mean, do everything, play with them, engage with them, read them a book, you name it.
Let
It's
me
whatever.
stop you for a second though.
Sure.
Let me jump in, because that you said a part-time nanny, and I'm kind of a little bit fascinated by that role, that sort of au pair kind of thing. And I want to ask you something about that role. Have you had like weird, awkward moments of like, I'm not your mom? Where like, kids become a little bit weirdly attached to you because you're there. You're the mom figure, but like, I'm not your mom. You kind of, you love me, and it's weird now.
Well, that's the thing about kids, right? They're so innocent and pure. They do get attached to you, and they'll come up to you and just sit on your lap and get real close like you are the mom. Sometimes they call you mom by mistake. They don't know. They're too little. So I haven't had any negative experiences. I just know that they are missing their mother. I can say that.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was thinking about, like trying to form this question, because earlier I was kind of just riffing on this problem of being a working woman. And again, I was trying to say it like, with no shade or whatever, because it's just, we are where we are right now. But being a working woman, it just does take away from that quality of motherhood, that this sort of, if you could imagine it like as a pure thing, right? It takes away from that purity, because now for millennia, all you had to do was 50 yards away from the home at max, right? That's as far as you may have gotten away from your home, your children or whatever, because you'd be out in the yard or whatever, in the field or whatever. But now we have this new modern setup where it's like we kind of developed a certain kind of way.
Well, if you take it even further back, if you go way back, the man was home too, because people were living on their farms, they had their land, they were growing food together, they're working on the field together. So both parents were home, if you really want to think about it, before they had to leave and you would kiss them off and they would go with their briefcases or whatever. The men were more rugged too.
Right. You're largely right. I mean, there would be times where the men would leave, but yeah, I think you're probably more right about that. And I think the point I was trying to make though is that even though the modern world that we built in America, it was kind of built on the man leaving home to work, a factory, an office, something like that. And then the mom was sort of home most of the time. She may have had some kind of hustle or part-time job or something, but she was mostly home.
Tupperware, Avon.
Yeah. And it was sort of jobs that were related to other women, mind you.
Exactly.
And now we've sort of totally abandoned that thing. And I'm not seeing a comfortable path forward.
Hunter-gatherers, if you want to go back.
Well, no, it's almost like in a weird way we're becoming more primitive in our relations, right? Because I kind of make this argument that like, matriarchy is primitive and matriarchy produces a lot of whores, therefore whores are primitive, and the modern world produces a lot of, whoring. And it becomes like more primitive than actual like productive. And I worry about it in that sense. It's like we're not producing the productive nature that we need, because we're letting everybody go do their thing.
Let me ask you some questions real quick, because I want to get a man's point of view. I've heard many conservatives say that they don't even want women to chime in politically or even vote. And I understand the concept, only because part of the feminist lie that we were sold was that we would participate in all of these things, whereas before it was the head of the house who, I guess, voted for the family. And we have a lot of conservatives out there, women, right, that are in the forefront of the movement. So I wanted to know what you thought about women chiming in on that front.
I would tell you a true story. My oldest daughter, I have 3 children, and my oldest daughter, it's funny because we were all in the car together, all 3 of us. I mean, all 3 of my children. But my oldest daughter is 17, so she's on the cusp of adulthood, right? She's on the edge of womanhood, and it frustrates me. Like, and honestly, it's been frustrating me ever since she was a little girl. Like I knew this day would come. You feel me? But we were having this conversation, and I see we got somebody in the back chat. So Sonia, would you mind opening up the floor a little bit in a few minutes to a larger panel? If you know we can all behave ourselves. I'm gonna keep order.
Sure. Thanks.
Okay. I see you in the back chat, McCoy. I'll bring you up in a minute. And I'm going to repost the link now. We're going to open up a little bit wider conversation. And you guys be nice, you know. Don't put your feet
I'm
on
from
the couch.
Brooklyn,
This
actually.
is a new
Somebody in the
channel here.
comment. I am from Brooklyn, so that somebody said
Okay.
it.
I hear like some Brooklyn Latina just a little
Yep.
bit. I hear a little bit of Latina. Some beans and rice in there.
Almost every day.
Yeah, arroz con pollo. I feel you. I feel you. No, I was in the car with my daughter and the other two in the backseat. And I don't know why it came up. I think I asked her something. We start talking about voting. And I tell my daughter, I really don't I don't like the idea of women voting. Honestly, when the day comes, because I asked her who she would vote for. And she says she would vote for Kamala. And then she asked
Wow.
me, right. And you know, that was a
He
whole
looks
other
like
conversation.
me, right? That was the
Well,
mantra.
I don't even think she said that, but we'll get to that in a minute because I had to walk her through some argumentation. But anyway, I asked her who she'd vote for. She said she'd vote for Kamala, and then she kind of turned a question to me about voting and all that. And I was like, honestly, I really don't even like the idea of women voting. And it's not so much that I hate women are stupid or anything like that, not at all. But I think there's a structural problem in the nature of giving women the vote. For one, as a man, my vote is paid for with my blood and my sacrifice. Like legally speaking, I have to sign up for the selective service. That's draft. So like Vietnam was the last time we actually used the draft. But theoretically, if we go to war with say China or Russia, then you get drafted, right? Luckily, I'm getting too old for that crap, but that's a thing. Also, if you don't sign up for that selective service, you lose your Second Amendment right too. So I have to sacrifice my body, and I lose a right if I don't participate in this enterprise. Women bear none of this burden. And not only do women not bear this burden, but the nature of womanhood dictates that you care way more than is healthy. Meaning you will vote the money out of my pocket to pay for Mexican illegal immigrants to have a hotel in Midtown Manhattan. And
Well,
I
that's an
simply can't.
excellent point that if you're not fighting for the country, you're tying it to the vote.
And so these are two arguments. One of is more of a legalistic argument, and another is more of a nature argument. Women, I believe, they kind of are a little bit too concerned. They're emotional. Women's sense of morality is based completely different from a man's sense of morality, and the law tends to be framed around men's sense of morality. And once you enter women's viewpoints into that, it creates immense amounts of chaos, and that's what we have right now with not only women voting, but we have women all over politics, and I believe it's adding to chaos. So you asked about the conservative position on that, and I think they're actually right. We need to repeal the 19th. I love you, but no.
Well, it's just like the race hustlers. It's the same thing. The liberal women speak for all women, or think they do. And not all women wanted to go to work and then
That is
come
true.
home and take care of the kids, because that's another question I have for you. When a relationship is 50-50, when both people work outside of the home. I remember when I was in college, I actually took a women's studies course, and I had no idea what woke was. I knew nothing about that. They spoke about the suffrage movement. They talked about, gender and all that. I had no idea that it was woke stuff. Long story short, they introduced a book called The Second Shift. And what that was about is that women who go to work, put in their 40 hours, that's their first shift. And then when they come home, they still have to take care of the house and the home, which to me is unappealing. So I really don't know why women want to do that. Do you think that when they're equal, the men should be pitching in? Both women are outside bringing in the bread.
I
What's your view on that?
I think that's more of a practical matter that would be worked out internally. I don't have a grand opinion on that. I just imagine you'd have to work that out. You know what I mean? It's not for me to get into between two people's inner workings of their household. I imagine you'd come to some kind of equilibrium on that sort of thing. Carmen, sweetheart, I'm gonna tell my son he got called a bot by some girl on the internet today. That's crazy. She just called my son a bot. That's wicked. But Sonia, we just opened up the floor to a couple of other panelists. Let me kick the mic to T.R. McCoy. You were actually up here first. What's going on, bro?
Hey, not much, Hood. Salute to the panel. Hey, well, I just wanted to hop on. I love this discussion right here. The repeal 19th Amendment. I mean, I don't know. I mean, even though I know that I really doubt that that's happening anytime soon, not unless we get artificial wombs or some shit. But as far as I'm concerned, it's going to be the thing that's going to be talked about for the next 5 years. It's just gonna pick up more and more steam.
I don't like artificial wombs. I really don't. There are some problems of modern technology. Just because we can doesn't mean we should. And I know it's an inescapable thing, but I think baby making must remain a human.
But you got people. People are always going to try and play God, and as long as they can figure out a way to make it work, they make it work.
I know, and it's just my opinion on the matter, but I just don't think it's gonna help anything.
Oh, of course not. Oh, geez, man, God, the machines are definitely gonna try and kill us then.
I mean, yeah, and at that point, I'd be like, maybe they deserve to, because clearly we've gone way off the beaten path here.
Oh my God! I mean, who knows? Maybe
let me kick it to American Man. Let me kick it to American Man real quick. What's going on, bro? Mic check. All right, he not ready. Yo, Mr. O, what's good, man?
What's good in the hood conservative American man, T.R. McCoy. What's going on, son? Yeah, I knew I heard that New York accent. That's the reason I asked. Was it Brooklyn or Queens? I thought it was Queens for a second.
Hi, nice to meet you. Yeah, Brooklyn. How are you?
I'm good. Chi-Town in the building, you know what I'm saying? I'm surprised dirty folks ain't up here, you know what I'm saying? We usually Chicago panel the panel, but we're gonna let y'all New Yorkers slide for once. Yeah, Hood, salute to your monetization, you know what I'm saying? I'm glad that you got finally monetizing on YouTube. Yeah, going out like FD Signify. I ain't even mad at you like that. Go ahead, get that ducats, but to pertain to the
listen, I don't know what I woke up this morning and I love the hell out of black women, bro. Don't be mad at me. It's like I found God.
Play it.
Black woman is still God.
Hold on, let me mute, man. I'm sorry.
Hey, I'm about to say, Dave, you sound like you want to get in there.
No, man, it's a Friday, man. I'm happy. Meetings got canceled. I'm just, how it is. I can't talk too loud about it. The universe might change the happiness, but yeah, please don't go down this route about women not voting. Like, goddamn, man, like the economy gonna crash if women don't participate in rush hour. That boat didn't sail like 40 years ago, man. Like, Jesus.
No, it's not.
I mean, the economy will crash to some degree if we just repeal it overnight. But numbers go up, numbers go down, bro. I don't think that is my concern overall. Yeah. I'm more concerned about the health of the nation than the charts and graphs.
Yeah,
it's my belief that even if that were the case, it would just bounce right back up because then labor wages would go just skyrocket. But when
numbers go up, numbers go down, bro. It's okay.
Look what happens the inverse. Okay, if that's repealed or there's less women in the labor force, that means that the wages of men will have to increase because there will be a dearth of jobs, right? So it's basically supply and demand. So if one gender is not working as much as the next, then the other can demand more resources.
That's not gonna happen, man. Like, y'all asking for women to go work, all this other shit, pay their taxes and not vote.
Who asked women to work? For women to give up their
Black people did
power.
it for a while. Why?
For women to give up the power, that's just not going to happen.
It's just not gonna happen. Like honestly, you're lucky women didn't take over this last goddamn election. Like when you really look at it, shit, they got the majority.
You do know that women participate in this election 100%. It's just 92% lost. The real 8% won. So,
Let me. I want to ask Sonia a question. I'm gonna kick it to dirty folks after this. But Sonia, you asked me a question about like housework and working couples and whatnot. What is your kind of vision of the modern dynamic? How do you think things should work between like a man and a woman? Let's say you're not neither one of you is like wealthy. You're kind of like lower middle class or whatever. You just got regular people jobs. How are regular people like in your mind supposed to make it work?
Well, going back to Megyn Kelly when she was saying that you can have it all, and that Anna said that she couldn't do it because they couldn't afford their lifestyle, I guess. Well, she didn't say that, but I'm assuming it's their lifestyle. She lives in LA. I think a lot of couples can afford to do it the old-fashioned way. It just depends on how they want to live. I think in a perfect world, yes, the man should be working and the woman should be home because she's the nurturer. And there are things that she can do that the man can't do with the children, right? They don't have the same level of patience or whatever.
are we talking about women of today, Sonia? Or you talking about women of yesterday? You saying nurturers?
I said in a perfect world, in a fantasy world.
It was about women of today. But finish your answer, please.
No, I know that doesn't happen today. And in fact, I've talked to women who I wouldn't say they're woke, but I could tell that they are brainwashed a little bit, just like I was, because I didn't know what it was. Yeah. And it's an extreme concept. It's really foreign to them when you talk about how problematic it is when the woman has to leave her kids at a daycare, for instance, and they're screaming bloody murder because they're left with strangers. Yeah, they're resilient, they adapt and all of this good stuff. But I personally, when I had my son, I was crippled with fear. I could not leave him with anybody. So I don't know how other people do it. And I'm not judging because I know that times are rough. But I was literally paralyzed with fear, thinking, how do I know these people are going to change his diapers when they need changing? How do I know they're going to feed him when I'm not around? How do I know they're not going to abuse them and worse, right? Okay, so these are the things that happen when you have to leave them in someone else's care. That's number one. Number two, the energy. How can you come? Like I said, if you're both working and when you come home, you still have to cook and clean and read them a book and bathe and all that. It's just not enough hours in the day. It just doesn't make sense. So there are sacrifices that need to be made in order for the woman to stay home. On the flip side, let's be real. There's a lot of men that want their women to work. They don't want to be the breadwinner. They resent having to pay all the bills.
Yeah, she's gonna have to work.
That's another thing.
Yeah, I wanted to interject, not to cut you off, Sonia, and shout out to you as a fellow Brooklynite, right? But here's the thing, right? And I'm glad you mentioned that. To me, it's just like, okay, prime example, right? Let's say the girl I'm with right now, she's in social work and I'm an accountant. We both have student loan debt, right? And on top of that, I always, especially with Black people, they bring this up. Oh, who's going? They're like, oh, the man should pay all the bills, if not the majority. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Let's say that happens. How am I gonna save for retirement? Is the goal for me to just work until I die?
Yes. Right on the end, sir. Stop right there. Stop right there. Anything more than that, you're just overthinking. You got it.
Wait, no, there is more than that, though.
Well, I can answer that if you.
Go ahead. Yeah, I would like to, because I do want to add on, but go ahead. Sonia.
It's hard to say everything quickly because I want, we all want to say our piece and I don't want to take up too much of your time. But because the first thing I want to say is I'm not judging. I'm just saying in a perfect world. I'm also remind that.
Now, let me finish though.
You know how some men they make fun of Mr. Moms or men who stay at home dads. They get punked. My thing is, if they're with a parent, either one is better than putting them somewhere else because you feel more safe. So it's not so much that the man has to be the breadwinner. I'm just saying that the couple has to work together, maybe different shifts, so that each one of them isn't with the kids.
Sonia, that's like I know what really happened. There's a reason why 99% of single mothers live within 20 minutes from their mama.
I saw that in the comments.
So the jig is up.
Oh yeah, they
We
need a
know
grandparent.
it's
Yeah,
the grandparents taking care of this, okay?
yeah,
And
they
that's
need
why
it.
it's starting to disintegrate, because now it's turning into the next generation of grandparents, and they know what they ran they mama through, and they don't want to go through.
Modern society has put us in this mess.
You know what?
That happened in COVID. I noticed the most.
Yeah,
and I love it. I love it.
Feminism.
Let me jump in. Let me kind of make a hard break. I wanted to kick it to Dirty Folks because I don't know if I gave him the floor yet.
Hold on. Let me jump in. You called me.
American man, listen, man. You got your system worked out because I did call on you. You wasn't ready
Nah,
yet.
I did. Yo, listen. I got a actual like off the laptop mic, so I was talking, but the laptop mic was muted.
Oh.
Yo, let everybody else go before Dirty Folks get you canceled. Like let's let everybody else speak. You just got paid, you just got money, you getting bread, and you know what he finna do.
I feel like we being racist against Dirty Folks. Nah. Because he's been monetized longer than me, technically. It's weird, right?
Oh, that is weird.
Yeah.
I was going off pattern recognition. That's all I was going off of. That had nothing to do with race whatsoever. Because he shut it down, bro. Dirty Folks shut shit down.
Dirty Folks is in the chat, man.
I got a whole
game plan. The Dirty Folks in
Let
the
me
chat
jump
talking
in.
about.
Thinking of a master plan. Go ahead, Dirty.
So let me jump in and say this first, right? Dirty. Hold on, Dirty. I got you, bro.
American man, yeah. Please give us 1 second. You got it,
Hold
American.
on. First, I want to say shout out to Brooklyn, shout out to Rice and Beans, shout out to Rice and Peas. That's how we get down all day. Also, Hood Conservative, beautiful answer, masterfully done. You did a good job, sir.
So the question about voting.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. No, true story. I was having that conversation with my daughter. I told her flat out, this is how I feel. This is why. I mean, it's not, obviously I love you, my daughter, but I know what's going to happen.
Oh yeah, no. I get it, right? The way you answered it was masterful, sir. Good job. Good job. Yeah, I don't listen. I think this young lady, Sonia, if two people are working, she's kind of right. There kind of has to be one home with the child all the time, right? If we're not going to do a one parent home all the time, kind of giving it up to daycare is a little weird. Like someone has to be home. We also got to understand in modern times, unfortunately, they've tricked women into believing that you have to go out and work in society in order for you to be a woman.
And that's cool. I'll stay at home and play PS5 all day. She can go ahead and be a strong, independent working woman that she is. Just make sure that she gets done.
Well, the problem they end up hating you.
Hold on, right? Here's the problem.
Because it seems like
the problem with that, right? That starts to
you.
become against nature. Right now you start messing with nature, right? Because one, it's not a man's nature to sit home and watch his woman go out working, even if it's the easiest job. It's not his nature, and it's not a woman's nature to be out working 80 hours a week and the man sitting home playing PS5. That's why you hear all the boss babes saying, I need a guy making, which all the boss babes, meaning like about 2 or 3 of them, talking about I need the guy to make as much as more than me, because they start to revert back to nature. And one last thing, Carmen, you're capping. I never heard a man say that ever in my life.
I have like 5 minutes before I have to go into a meeting, but I just wanted to say this because I'm glad Sonia brought it up. And this is not to pick at you, but it's just to make a genuine or general consensus, right? Post World War II, the man had the buying power of what would be considered $300,000 today, right? Our grandparents were able to, our granddads specifically, were able to drop out of high school in the 10th grade, barely read on grade level, pick up a job at a plant and be able to like provide for 2 kids and a wife, right? And be able to pay the mortgage, right? Let's say they even went to college, they were able to pay off a lot. You always hear what the boomers say, but they worked a summer job and by the end of the summer, they were able to pay off their tuition,
Yes.
right? Those days over. My
True.
parents, my grandfather
I agree
came,
with that.
yeah,
Mhm.
my grandfather came over. It's funny, right?
They were able to do more with less at that time, for sure. They were like young men already able to buy a home and all that. Absolutely.
Check this out too. My grandfather came from Jamaica and he came over to this country fixing VCRs. Ever since I knew him, he always had 2 cars. He would have like the family car and he would have a BMW convertible, and he had like a condo upstate, like in the same area. It's like called Mount Kisco on the sea. You've heard of it. It's like
I
in the
hate to
same
say
area.
your granddad sold coke.
Well, what I'm trying to say is like those were the jobs where people were able to thrive. There's no such thing as a person that fixes VCRs and electronics no more, because you can just buy another electronic device. My point being is that I'm not saying you in particular, Sonia, but particularly with women even around my age, this whole consensus of men aren't providing as much as they were before. It's like, okay, our grandparents were dealing with a world that was pre-globalism, dealing with a globalist economy, right? And my thing is this, and I'm gonna land the plane with this. We have
Let me in, bud.
hold on. I'm almost done. You have a mortgage, right? If you want to buy a house costs, we say it takes on average a person $104K to be able to afford a house. A medium income family. We only talked about mortgages. You got HOA fees, you got phantom costs, a roof might have to fix your roof, a pipe burst. What if you want to put your kids in
Too many expenses.
Yeah.
I'm with you 100% on that, because no matter how conservative we may be or traditional we may like to be or feel it is the way, the reality is that you can't survive with 2 incomes now.
You know what I'm saying? No, I was just saying one. You can survive with 2. You just have.
Now here's my argument on
You
that.
wouldn't
I
be
kind
able
of
to-
disagree with that. But go ahead.
We could disagree.
And I want to put a
Yeah.
caveat to this free zone. Look, I live in.
Land the plane.
No, I know where you live. I know where you live. That's why I say kinda. You know what I mean? Because go ahead. Go ahead, Dirty.
Yeah, you're not land your plane, Azrael, and dirty folks.
I thought you were done.
I'm technically done, but I want people to have a caveat to this, because another thing too. What if you don't want to put your kids in public school? What if you want to put them in private school? Private school in like places where I want to live. Like I'm trying to move to Los Angeles, right? I'll be out there for like a whole month in June, like just to scope out certain things of where I want to like put my kid into school and what have you. It costs like $35K from like 2nd grade to 6th grade to put your kid in like a private school. So
you a liberal?
No, I mean it's a Catholic school, but you know. But go ahead.
I'm just asking because I'm like, who? Like everyone's leaving Los Angeles. You're like, I'm going. So I'm asking.
Yeah,
like,
I was confused about that too.
I have my reasons. I have family over there.
You know what is so funny? I think just the air in Los Angeles makes you a liberal no matter what. That's why people ask, "Are you a liberal?"
No, I'm definitely conservative. But
let me ask dirty folks a question. I want you to have the floor for a minute. We were talking about conservative feminism today, and in right-wing romance, and the idea that right-wing men don't really like what's going on with modern women; they're kind of rejecting them. What is your take on this idea of conservative feminism? That's one. What's your take on the idea of conservative feminism? And then 2, I don't know if maybe you're not even the right person to ask this, but still, what do you think right-wing people could do to actually like pair off in this modern world?
You asking that too?
I know that was a tough question, right? First of all, let me ask you a question about conservative feminism. Like, what is your take on that?
That's an oxymoron. That's like girls talking with clothes on and making sense. It doesn't exist, bro.
Well, no. Let me kind of frame it this way then. It seems to me that that a lot of feminist-minded girls are gonna start attempting to wear the skin of conservatism for a couple different reasons. The climate's changing. They want a man, and I think you're gonna have an infiltration of feminist-minded women moving to the right. What do you think on that?
They always do, because they always are in the market to mess up your life. Right now, social media is full of women who hated Kevin Samuels. He died, and it's like 30 channels of women imitating Kevin Samuels. It's a bunch of girls talking about, man, you need to dress up, and man, look, bro, women will do whatever it is to make some guy think she's all right, so she can mess up his life later. Like, gotcha, bitch. I don't worry about none of that. They got clothes on, bro. I don't pay attention to none of that. None of that. How you gonna tell me you conservative? Because the base of conservative is to conserve. When he was going down Israel, I think I said your name right. I'm sorry if I didn't. I ain't trying to brutalize your name. But he went through the timeline of 1960s prices to 2020 prices. And I know for a fact that the reason all the prices doubled is because they doubled the workforce, because girls wanted to work on taxpayer money that men had to pay. Life would be cheaper if she stayed at home. When people start talking about home care, do you know that 70% of all women's jobs are jobs that wives have to do that they do for somebody else and won't do for themselves? Imagine your girl being the lunch lady at school, and then your kid come home, she's like, I don't feel like cooking. I cooked all day. I had to work. The amount of women that I know who drop their kids off at daycare so they can go home and watch soap operas, because they really don't want to be parents. They just don't want to look like bad parents.
Exactly. And that's why they hate the stay-at-home dad, because dads usually like, they love their kids. And so it creates that hate when they see like, this motherfucker, these kids know him, they love him. I've done it, bro. I've done it.
Women should never have a voice. I would even argue that no one should have a voice except property and business owners. I can go to that extent.
Now, let me jump in right there. And shout out to Sonia Scrapbook. I thank you so much for joining the panel. Joining the panel tonight. We are the new and improved Hoodservative channel. This is Daily Oppression over here. We're doing nice things. We're nice to women and all that. And I thank you for coming up and demonstrating how we are a female-friendly simping channel. Just in case you want to tell all the other girls that we simp over here. But no, I appreciate you coming up, Sonia. But Sonia asked a question earlier about oh damn it! What did you just say, dirty folks?
That women shouldn't vote.
Yeah, that too. And
she
I
asked
fly
me
chicks on my panel.
She asked me.
I fly chicks.
She asked me that question about women not voting and not having a voice politically. And when you say dirty folks, it should be left to like landowners or business owners. I think that would include a small handful of women, and I would be okay with that.
I would be okay with someone who has something to lose when you make that decision. Don't give me a feelings decision like, I think that boys should be able to suck penis, so I'm voting no. Have something to lose. You have to be able to think it out, be insightful, meet your local politicians. Let me tell you something. There's no place in America where women have a voice. Where
it's monetized, bro.
I'm not gonna curse. There's no place in America where women have a voice that people live. Everybody dies when women are in control of anything. Industries, the projects, Inglewood. If your city has a lesbian mayor, you already past capacity of homicides. There is no time that a woman is in control and then like it's gonna be all right. This nurturing gonna work out.
Shout out from Inglewood.
I think that is a third rail of not only politics but even of like polite discussion, right? Like you're not going to win friends in public making these arguments, but I think it's all true. And that is a question that at some point I do believe needs to be brought to the political forefront, because it's like if you run an experiment, right? Like women voting can be seen as a grand experiment. And I think we've kind of run the experiment to disaster, which is a conclusion. Like if the experiment blows up in the lab, take notes, you learn something. And I think we've learned enough at this point. Now, how long it takes to actually have this conversation in a more like open political dialogue, who God knows, because there's too many women talking. Like literally Congress is like half women talking, and they don't want to talk about how they failed. And that's a conversation that we become impotent as politically speaking, as men. The failure to address the fact that female leadership more often results in failure than not, it's a sign of impotency. It's like so you're just gonna watch everything burn down because you're scared to say,
Yes.
girls bad.
Yes.
I think there's something there to what
Hell yeah.
Dirty said, right? Because I just looked at David's comment, and I listened even to some of the men on this panel, and just like other men that I'm around, and I never hear them have a single negative thing to say about staying home with the child. But when you listen to women, it's a very different sort of like grim,
oh man,
like oppressive kind of thing. It's weird, man.
I retweeted something about that the other day, American Man, and I actually had a stay at home. So I have 3 kids. My son is like in the middle, right? And so when my son was a newborn, it was a whole situation. I don't even want to tell the story, but once I got a good look at what was going on, I dropped the nothing I was really doing because I didn't actually have a job, quote unquote. You know what I mean? So I kind of put my shit on the back burner, and I was in the house with my son while his mom got up and went to work because she had a job waiting for her as soon as she came back off maternity. And so, like I said, I looked at the situation. I'm like, oh, hell no. No, it was no way. And so I'm staying home at her house with my kid. And, obviously that whole thing went awful as it's supposed to. You're not supposed to put yourself in that kind of position as a man. But why not? Because it was in her house with, her.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, man. They will hold that over your head every 15 seconds.
It wasn't so much like all of them became a problem for me, but the situation of it all, the structure of it all, there's no winning in that kind of structure.
Wait. Let me just point this out. When everybody's like, man, what's wrong being at the crib? And he was like, I was at her house. And everybody was like, oh, that's the problem.
I caught that initially.
That's the problem with women voting.
Yeah, that's the first thing that I heard too.
Because of what you said about Easter, it was like a year or 2 years ago. You was like, man, have you ever noticed that the only holiday where it ain't about where it's just about the kids? Who's the one arguing all the time? And I noticed, I was like, yeah, it is the women. And I started noticing all these holidays, like it's really, they don't like their kids damn near.
Bro.
I'm leaning towards that shit. Like, it was enjoyable. Like, even the shit that they'll complain about, they'll be screaming, running around. And for me, it was like, well, shit, I know they ain't hurt because they fighting or whatever the hell. It's just like,
they gonna argue about the clothes,
bro. Let me tell you real quick. Long story short, bro. That couple of, I don't know, month or two or whatever, it didn't last all that long because like I said, the problem. Yeah. But that short time where I was actually home with my son, he was an actual newborn, and so it's like that. It's a weird bonding that you can't really describe. It's like literally me and my little baby. I mean, it's the bonding that moms get with little babies. Like that's the best way to describe it. Like that kind of time. I was having that time with my son, so it's like get up in the morning, she go to work, and I'm home with the baby, and so it's like taking care of the baby, cleaning up. And I had an older daughter too. So it's like, help with whatever she needs, all that stuff that, you got to do in the house. And it's like, I clean up anyway, and cleaning up is not a chore the way women cry about the shit. And so cleaning up is not a chore the way women cry about it. Like, I sleep and clean up and do dishes naturally. So I don't, anyway, it wound up being the best memories of my life as a man. And that's a weird thing, being home with a baby. But some of the best memories of my life as a man was the shit that bitches cry about. And sorry,
Jody on the couch. You was joking. Well, as Jody on the couch, if you had to organize how to run a home, is any of those things? I would say it's an 8-hour job that you do an hour and a half worth of work.
Yeah, yo, listen, right? I was gonna say, right, and this is the reality, right? Because I also have done it, right? I did it for about 5 or 6 months or whatever, and like I would, and like a lot of like I would come home and look around, right? And this is back when I was working. I come home and look around, and I'm like, and I'm listening, like, and then when I did it, I'm like, yeah, by 11 o'clock, dinner's cooked, the kid's good, everything's done, and I'm playing Xbox. I don't understand the big deal that I keep hearing.
Yeah, and I cook too, like all of that,
Like,
bro. Like it's not that crazy. I don't know what the bro. And I had PlayStation. Like I don't know what the big deal is. Why are you so evil?
Honestly, I know
you
the big
American
deal,
man,
dog.
and to you conservative, this what
They
happened.
can't go chase the dick.
For yeah, that part, and that was gonna be the end goal. But this is what it was. For the longest, they said they was oppressed, being stuck in the house, dealing with all that so-called housework. Men became so nice, so compassionate. They made all these different devices to make housework instead of being back-breaking labor, because over 120 years ago, it probably was. We basically made everything set it, forget it, set it and forget about it. You know what I'm saying? Now they have found out how much they ain't ish. They found out they ain't ish while in the home and with the kids and all that stuff, right? Then they try to go ahead and become like men, put on a big girl pants and what we call boss bees and ish like that. Then they found out during the pandemic, even if they had to go out to work as essential workers, let's say the essential working class of women had to go ahead and watch their man stay at home with the kids, not getting a call at work saying how bad the kids is, they doing this and all that stuff, only to come home after taking orders all damn day. They mad because they can't even get mad at the man who been at the house all day with the kids, house clean, kids well behaved, he chilling, playing the Xbox or the PS5 for real men, PS5, sitting there smiling, and I thought this was gonna be their fantasy. I literally thought this was their fantasy, bro.
Let me tell you what really happens, bro. And this is crazy. I'm gonna give it to Free Zone right after this because I don't think you had the floor yet. You staying home and her going to work every day, it turns her into the ain't shit nigga she always accuses you of being. I'm gonna just put it that way. Free Zone, you got it, bro.
Let me say this real quick, Free Zone. Carmen, that's correct, right? I like they don't accept identity as a mother, which is really weird.
They want
because they make them old.
And I want to pass it to Free Zone. I just want to say this one thing. Now add in the fact that a lot of dudes is working from home.
That part.
Yeah, that helps too.
Bringing in money is always a help, but yeah, when you work from home, I don't know. I don't know about that dynamic, so I can only imagine it. But I imagine she expects you to do housework too. Like you can still sweep and mop.
But I'm
on the computer.
The whole excuse of you not working is off the table. You working from home, and you can have them kids back.
No, but here's the thing. You have to oppress your toddler. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
As egalitarian as men are, right? And I didn't say anything, which was like, because we are partners. I'm like, ooh, that's what made me come up. Like, we never partner. It's always a hierarchy.
The word partner, I realize the word partner is a bad choice, but I cut her slack for that because I don't think she meant it.
No, but I heard Megan Kelly say it too. Like,
hey, they do need to be corrected. Nah, they have dirty folks is right.
Dirty's right. The word is bad. Dirty's right. The word is bad.
Well, they got to be corrected. They need to be corrected.
I'm just saying. I think the two different women were coming from two different places. That's why I'm willing to give the one woman a little bit of slack. But the word is problematic either way.
The word is horrible.
Well, you know why the word partner entered our lexicon, right?
But partner's cool if it's me and my guy. But and we split in the loop.
That's why the word partner entered the lexicon.
Look, the only time the word partner is cool with two guys, you got to put the word crime in front of it.
Oh, yeah, partnership or Jordan Pippen partnership. But what
you guys know, again, right? They're the reason the word partner entered the lexicon.
Gay.
There you go.
Hey, look, man, the man just got monetized.
I said that earlier, right? That's what equality and equity came from, the homosexual subculture. I literally called that earlier. Well, hold on. We were stepping all over the point. I want to kick it to Free Zone because I want him to have the floor for a moment because everybody had a chance to kind of get an idea.
Free Zone.
What's good? Nah, y'all are good. I'm over here doing stuff, man. I'm just listening in. I actually think that the work from home, I think the work from home thing can actually work, provided that the man is still doing the things that he needs to do as a man. Especially, you also got to disappear, right? So you give yourself a chance to be missed. You can't just be hanging around the house all the time. In regards to that. As far as the repeal the 19th, I mean, to me at this point it's caveman thinking. It's like looking back at a different time. Even when you start talking about property owners and all that, when you start talking about property owners and all that stuff, that was also during a time where we didn't pay income tax. Now, I know Trump is trying to get rid of income tax, and then after that we could see what it is, but I just, and it's not that I'm against what's being said. I just think that oftentimes it's like majoring in the minors or spending time on things, that just have a low likelihood of happening. But as far as the ideas go, I think they're great. It would be interesting. It would be interesting. And here's the problem with the repeal the 19th. We're going to have to go through a period of, let me use monetized language. I was going to say slaughtering, but basically what's going to happen is you're going to have a whole bunch of sissy ass niggas that you're going to have to deal with.
You already you went from slaughtering to profanity though. You went from saying the words you're not supposed to say.
Hey, what's crazy is in my head the profanity seemed more appropriate than the like even the powers that be above would be like, hey, I could deal with the sissy talk, but this slaughter thing, I think you might need to, my bad. But yeah, you would have to deal with the feminine dudes that are still going to vote the same way. Because you remember, we were talking about this a while ago, Hood, and I think you were the one that brought it up. There was a time in history when women couldn't vote, that they were using their box to control men in the way that they could vote. And I think that if you repealed the 19th, that would happen at an even larger scale because you got so many simps and guys that want to live in women's perceptions, so they'll vote the way that they vote.
That's how they got the vote.
Oh yeah,
I think that's how they
got the vote. You don't know my daddy.
The box. They voted for him.
You don't know my daddy.
Look, Free Zone, you all right. I ain't think about that conclusion. No, we'll keep that on.
But Free, here's the problem with that, with the work from home thing. That's what I was going to tell the guys. Like, the more you do for women, which is why I got on the partner thing, the more you do for women, the more women want you to do. A bully don't just take your lunch money once, right? There's never been a time where you gave, you gave some type of consolation and she stopped. Like,
right.
Why don't you mop? All right, I'll mop. Well, you should vacuum too. Why don't you watch the kids?
Yeah.
Stay home. Like,
and before you know it, she going out with the girls while she going out with her homegirls while you doing dishes.
Dirty folks don't want me to tell y'all this, but level 2 of the marry your secretary course is bully your secretary. All right, I'm not gonna give you the game, but that's the next level.
I mean, bro, it's not bullying. It's write-ups.
Leadership. What was it called? Dirty leadership. Acquisitions.
Yeah. You gotta give it a handbook, and then every once in a while you go through the procedure. Women don't have rules. Women need rules. Women can't think. That's another reason they shouldn't vote. Women know stuff. And they feel stuff, but the process of thinking, women don't think, and they're not supposed to. That's your job. She's never supposed to what she was thinking, and it wasn't a feeling.
I just realized, bro, marriage has an HR department, and it's the government.
Yep,
it does. But it used to be father-in-law. Now it's the government, and the government is DEI.
That's exactly how I was putting it together in my head, because I was like, marriage needs an HR department, but HR is run by women. HR would only work if a man had it, and I'm like, damn, well, the HR is actually the government, and this government's a bunch of women.
Hey, bro,
that's actually spot on. Yeah.
Yeah, look, just take the words. Now, look, don't the father-in-law ask you what you do for a living? don't the government, especially child support court, they ain't got no what's the name governing body. So that's the mother-in-law. So the mother-in-law from the child support what's the name, and then the government divorce court asks you what you do for a living, and they actually do an investigation to see if you actually do it.
Somebody said critical aisle theory.
Yeah, critical aisle
David.
theory is crazy.
David.
Hey, next tree, critical aisle theory.
CAT.
That's crazy.
Oh, yeah, even
the cat.
The
cat.
That's pretty great.
We're all laughing.
The jokes write themselves. The jokes.
That's a whole different type of bang bang. Wow. Critical aisle theory is crazy. It's crazy.
But on the conservative feminism thing, I just think that the only thing that's really different, which I was assuming is the problem, is that conservative feminism, it's just they're still conservative, right? But they want the choice to be conservative. And I think that's the differentiating thing. Like, when the reason why you're not going to be able to get rid of it is because these women are already that Pandora's box of women's choice is already open. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's way past that time.
I get that, and that's what it's doing.
So we just gotta find a different way to lean, put that knee on that neck.
Don't ask me where I heard this, but
look, that was
there's
like
one thing about feminism. Without feminism, all the different races of women don't have the autonomy to get with a black man whenever they want.
I don't even know if that's true or not. That's just
That actually probably is true. Because listen. Feminism. This is another theory of mine. Feminism is the reason why we don't racism so much.
Maybe, but here's my thing. There's nothing inherently. There's nothing about feminism that isn't natural to women. Like, you can get any 4-year-old girl and she'll sound just like a blue-haired 45-year-old lesbian at 4 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's nothing inherently different than a girl's nature to be bipolar, argue both sides of the argument, and beg you for stuff and talk about our imaginary friend. That's what women do. Men change. The more concessions men give, the more times you let it slide instead of being like Gandalf, like, I shall not pass. It gets worse. So you've given women all the concessions, all the tax dollars. They don't even pay into the taxes, but they get all the tax job, all the DEI money. And now you're saying, you know what? I'm not even going to attack you. I'm just going to leave you alone. I'm not going to curse you out. But I'm not going to put a baby. I'm not going to marry you though. I'm just going to leave you alone. And now they're trying to bully men into, you're going to marry me and give me your money and let me steal your baby. You're going to make you. It's madness.
Yeah. I said to Hood yesterday, right, and he acknowledged it, but I don't think he understands that, like, a lot of this attack is a lot of it is about stopping men from walking away. Because what Dirty just said is like, no, we need to steal it all from you, and so, like, if you walk away, then we truly have no power, right? If you walk away, then there's no thing where we're like, we can be better than you and do this, because you've just completely walked away from it. And that's why I think, like, all of this Andrew Tate talk and all of that, I think a lot of that is sort of a smokescreen, because let's be real, right? Andrew Tate is not really moving the needle. He is to an extent, but
what needle are you talking about? What needle?
No, the needle of masculinity and all of that, right? He doesn't. If you guys
he's public enemy number one.
Wait. Everybody, restraint. American man, expand.
Yeah,
please. If you guys just let me finish, right? He's not, and he's not moving the needle as much as Jordan Peterson or Kevin Samuels. And when you listen to them, they're totally different from Andrew Tate, right? I think all that Andrew Tate smokescreen is they're bringing up the most extreme, but I think it's kind of mostly about stopping men from walking away. That's what I think it truly is about. It's not about Andrew Tate, because here's the thing. Andrew Tate's not even that extreme. Like they're making that up, telling men to work out and exercise and go make millions of dollars. That's not hurting anyone, right? But remember,
Yeah,
they
being dirty
railed
more
at
extreme than
Jordan Peterson.
Andrew Tate.
Well, hold
Being dirty.
on. I'm gonna land a plane right here. Remember, they railed at Jordan Peterson for telling men to make their bed and think a little more and just do things different, right? So I think like with Andrew Tate, it's just about stopping men from walking away, and they're trying to use him. Go ahead, sir.
Well, if I remember correctly from yesterday or the day, yeah, it was yesterday. I didn't like swat that idea away or anything. I kind of took it a little further. It's not just that they want to stop men from walking away. They're doubling down on locking men into like this system that is intentionally abusive, right? And so I totally agree with you. They want to stop men from walking away, but they need men to be locked into this thing. And I think that's the problem. It's like that Matrix thing, the problem is choice, right? What happens when men just simply say no? Like, the most dangerous thing to a nation is a bunch of men who would rather die than participate.
The problem is that for most, if we're talking solutions, a lot of this involves men being like, because when you're talking about a system, when you're talking about a system, unless we're talking choices and trade-offs, then we're just talking about, men basically dying off.
That's it.
Like literally taking their own because they see no purpose.
That's
the conversation. That is what people are saying, because this is a whole other stream, and maybe we might do a little bit of overtime. We all listen. If I know this restraint thing is nerve-wracking, but if we want to push a little bit further in overtime, let's talk about this black college thing. Because what you just said about like men dying off, that is what people are saying about black men vis-a-vis this college conversation, because a lot of black men simply aren't showing up on the college campuses, even at the HBCU.
Candace Orbach's video, the former adult star that's now married. Shout to you white guys for making that a thing. I don't know why, but the married former adult porn star that's complaining about her lineman husband doing 40 to 60 hours a week, but had the audacity not to come home and assist her with her duties. I did want to break that down, but
hold on. You kind of moving me off the goal point. What I was talking about was the black college thing, right? Because if what you're talking about is men disappearing in this modern sort of dynamic, that's literally how they're talking about black men. Because what they're saying is that because black women are getting more advanced degrees, somehow black men are going to fall behind. And I think it's a bit laughable, because I don't think black women's degrees are all that advanced. I think black women are getting a lot of make work jobs, like Dirty Folks said earlier. They're getting a lot of BS jobs, that woman jobs essentially, or make work office type jobs. So that's why when Trump comes and cuts fat out the government, it's a lot of stuff that women are getting mad at.
Yeah, because the way that the numbers look, and I'll kind of 80-20 it to prove the point. So it would be something like 80% of black women go to college, but most of them get degrees in lower earning fields, right?
Right.
Whereas 20% of the black men, they go to college, but most of them get jobs in much higher earning fields. You see what I'm saying? So that's typically how it plays out. Which is
Now, personally, I think that's a policy problem. Hold on 1 second, though. I think that's a policy problem. It can't necessarily be solved just on the individual level. Now, on the individual level, there is an issue of like black male achievement, literacy, competency, because like a lot of the young kids apparently are just straight up illiterate. I covered a lot of that before, but it's a weird thing where like, how is it that women are becoming so allegedly educated, but they're producing sons, not daughters, but sons who are unable to achieve? And that's
Yeah,
Can I comment on this
well,
you guys have it. You guys
hold on, Dave. Hold on,
so,
Dave.
so
Quick,
no,
right?
you hold on real
I
quick.
agree
So
with you, Hud.
I can just give this stat. From 20, I think it was like they did a study from like 2010, 2011, all the way through, I think 2020, right before COVID. It was the opposite case. The fastest growing group was black men. They said it went from like 16, 17% of all black men to it was almost like 32%, right?
Well, we're talking about children. We're
And
talking
then
about
it flipped.
children, Dave.
Well, he's talking about college though. He was talking about the college entrance.
Like, damn, man, just let me get this out.
Well,
And
go
so,
ahead, Dave. I vaguely remember that. Finish.
and that was a study. And so something happened with COVID in 2020. I personally noticed this whole push of you don't need college. But then I started noticing even the CEOs were saying it, but I'm looking at the CEO saying, wait a minute, you dropped out of college, but you went to it. And then the other one's like, you got an MBA. And then when it hit this year,
A lot of them got degrees.
I'm wrapping it up. I swear to God, I'm in assessment. This ain't no
Dave, that is a misnomer. That there's a small percentage of those advanced, like high level, high position people without degrees. That's a tiny
exactly. And then when the Civil
War, you're
War,
arguing the apex again. That's kind of what I was talking about earlier. No, that's not the average person of a high earning career.
No.
Most people actually did go to college. Most people with those high earning positions, like the CEOs and whatnot, like the top of the pyramid, they did go to college, bro. They did. They did.
But listen,
Well,
I'm landing it right here. This assessment. But it all came to fruition with the recent civil war between Bannon and Musk and Vivek. When Vivek and them was saying we have to outsource H-1B for college because y'all ain't going to college. And that's where it hit me that there's some psyops being played. So I'm always for education. I used to be a carpenter. I built my whole carpentry schedule around making sure I was at home with the kids. So this whole full situation, but I've been on both sides, both of these colleges, and I honestly do hate.
If I can get in there, real quick. Okay, go ahead.
American Man was trying to jump in, so I don't want to take his
Okay, go ahead.
Dave be shadow watching my show. Tell my college.
Let me just set the table real quickly. We're talking about the black men versus black women college gap. American Man, please take the floor.
So, Friezo, I'm not going to be long. So the thing is, right, is that I'm not a big believer in like that, like college makes you wealthy because like a lot of the liberals that went to college have to serve me coffee as I drive in my plumbing van, charging people beautiful amounts of money. At Starbucks. But again, right, I'm not against college. Like I think people should go to college, right? But they should get useful degrees, right? That's number one. Number two, I think that this argument, all of a sudden, where they're pretending to care about black boys, is to tie it back to black men and the extra 4% that voted for Trump in 2024. So I don't really think we should take it on because it's a psyop. They do not truly care about black men, and they just want you to pick up steam about it to tell you because you voted for Trump and he took away the Department of Education, that's why the black boys over the last 40 years are not educated. You shouldn't.
You know what's so crazy about that? You know what's so crazy about the college gap thing?
Hold on, no. Who thinks I'm wrong?
I didn't say you were wrong. I know boys can't read.
No, I'm just asking. Who thinks I'm wrong?
No, I don't.
You're right. You're right about how they're gonna blame everything on just.
They're gonna blame everything on me.
Definitely right about that.
But what I'm saying, there is no college gap, even though there's 7 million more black women than black males. When you go like per capita, but girls can't count no matter how much college they do. There's only 200,000 more black women enrolled in college than black boys. But here's the thing. There's only like 0.06% of girls in trade school, and there's a large amount of black boys in trade school. So if you call college secondary education or upper education, there's more black, even though there's 7 million less black males, there's more black males getting a secondary education than
And
black
trade
women.
school is college to me.
If you call trade school college, there's more black males.
Are you making a per capita argument, sir?
Look, sir, I'm not a woman. I can count, sir. I did a whole show.
You realize black people don't per capita?
That's crazy work.
Man, that's crazy work.
That's because you're not a felon. You per capita on felon, right? 1 out of 3 boys in jail. You per capita in, but can't per capita college. That's crazy.
No, dirty. I'm still trying to figure out the
rules, bro. I just read the book.
Hey, hood, dirty hood, everybody. Now look, I'm still trying to figure out the running joke without these people actually calling out the bullshit. Y'all literally say that the B-Dub is the most educated, and y'all point out the fact that you are the most educated, most enrolled. To be truthfully, y'all got all these jobs, y'all probably having all these businesses, but where's the job for the black man and the black women at for your community? And on top of that, how y'all the most educated, but your kids is the most dumbest in all parts of history. Never before, even since slavery.
It doesn't make sense, Mr. O. It does.
This is why. Hold on, just one second. I made the argument a minute ago. You know, I said I was touching the third rail. It has to become a mainstream political discussion, at least. Women, even if it's only a black discussion, black female leadership is failing black men. And I would venture to guess that white female leadership is failing white men just the same. Well, men is the wrong word.
Well,
it's failing the boys. No, it's failing the boys. But no, don't love that. I don't love the fact that white female leadership is ruining white men either, because we all got to live in this house together. Like, we need this train to keep moving. You guys, what was that movie about that train at the end of the world? No, hold on. What was that movie? There was a movie about a train. They were all
stopped because it was freezing.
It was freezing cold outside,
What's the name
and
of
it was Captain America actually played the main guy. I forget his name. Who plays Captain America?
Chris Evans.
That guy. He was the star. Chris Evans was the star of the show, and they were trapped on this train together, and they were all like the poor people in literally the back tail end car, like the steerage car, or whatever. And they had to fight their way to like the front to try to take over the train. But the point being is, like, we're all kind of in this train together. So I don't really relish in the white man falling off.
It's called Snowpiercer. That was a great movie, by the way.
Snowpiercer. Thank you, Snowpiercer. Yeah.
Trying to segregate himself from us again. He didn't really want this experiment to fruition with the integration. So he wanted to backtrack, but unbeknownst to him, he don't have the same power and authority from 60-some years ago. So yes, I want him to go back to segregation. Good fences do build up great neighbors. And on top, before you go,
no, we agree on that. Yeah, we can agree on that to a degree. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that particular point. I thought you were saying something else.
Can I just address this comment
before I pass the mic? Sun Tzu said this, and I quote: "Look, don't ever interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake." What was the white man's biggest mistake? By giving that bitch voting power. And I pass the mic.
American man.
I don't disagree with that. But let me just open up this comment, right? I noticed that this is where everyone goes, right? And admittedly, it slightly touches the nerve. Not really, because I make a good amount of money, so it's like, all of you people think that until like you get the bill, then you're like, oh my god.
That's why I hate y'all.
Like, pay me a lot of money, right. So I get it, but like you guys have to realize that plumbers are literally in every aspect of your house.
Yep.
Like, a lot of you guys think like, oh, I only need to see you when my toilet gets clogged, right?
Nope.
I've been plumbing for almost 10 years. In 10 years, I've only seen a floating turd twice.
Because everybody can ride out their regular shit.
Over the last 6 years,
I've touched more poopy.
I'm finna say I seen more in the military than you. That's crazy.
And you know, plumbers and furnace people, they deal with
because
pipes.
here's the thing, right? Here's what you don't. So here's the things you don't see. All the houses that you build, there are plumbers in there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. And so I do commercial and residential new construction.
Right. You ain't got to dig into that old shit and patch.
I don't. Yo, even when I moved down south, I told them, I said, don't ever. I looked at them and I said, don't ever think I'm going in anyone's septic tank. It's never gonna happen.
Right.
It's never gonna happen. You're never gonna catch me in a septic tank.
Right. Hey, but I got to keep it real, man. Men this thing of guys having an aversion to like nasty or even rough and tough jobs. I don't know what Daniel does, so I'm not even throwing a shot at him, but I've heard this. I've heard stuff like this before, and it just comes off kind of gay to me. Like you're a man, bro. Like you I don't know, man. It sounds weird as like men just wanting to fiend to just be in air conditioned buildings and stuff because the outside is so icky. It's like, yo, no, we need construction workers, we need oil diggers, we need men in these tough jobs. And it just sounds weird to hear guys, ooh, that's icky, that's rough, that's gross.
But on this education thing, we have to. You got to remember the parent, not this generation, but you know, like I guess the boomers. You can't say that they didn't care about their sons because that's what grew the black, that black middle class.
Whoa. Those I could definitely say that because their sons and daughters were the latchkey kids.
Admirable, but mistaken.
They to college in mass, both of them.
That would be the silent generation caring about their kids. But they only went to college so they didn't have to go to war, bro. They had Korea and then they had Vietnam. And the boys,
but they did go.
They didn't graduate. They went, knocked up a fat chick, and then ran.
Well, I think another part of the problem, and this is why I said it's really a policy issue. On top of what you guys are talking about on the individual level, there's a policy problem. Like girls typically do go to school more than boys. That's across the board ethnically, right? However, I think when you create all these jobs, when you create all these programs, when you have all these fast track situations for girls to get placement ahead of men, women get jobs and placement ahead of men, it creates a societal imbalance, and that becomes a problem. So I'm not against girls going to school, but if you put your thumb on the scale to get predictable outcome, then you wind up with a problem that you don't know how to solve anymore, and that's where we are right now, it seems.
But here's the problem with that. The way that they switched education around, which is crazy because girls can't count. But there was a time in which when I was young, this is an old man story for real. I remember up into third grade, we used to have a comprehension class. It wasn't enough to be able to read. You had to comprehend what the information you got.
They don't even have that. No, damn dirty.
They don't even have that. They cut it up when I was in third grade, bro. And I was in school in 1980s, bro. Late 80s. I was in third grade, bro. Mid 80s.
They cut that off in third grade when I was in school too, bro. So they ain't stopped.
That's the one thing I wanted to ask the lady who was on the panel at first, and I forgot to bring it back up because she mentioned something about homeschooling her own kids, and like you're gonna have to put some more personal interest in your kids because the schools are terrible today, bro. They're not really gonna do the job like you remember.
Horrible. When I found out that they don't even have to learn a constitution to get out of 8th grade, I said, when they start that? Like you're from here. Foreigners got to learn the Constitution to get a green card. You're from here. Look, women run the board of education. Nobody can read. Every time a woman runs something, everybody dies. Like I say this, and they go,
we gotta put that on a T-shirt, on some protest banners, bro. Women run the board of education, and the kids are illiterate.
Am I lying?
This is what I mean. Like that is the political conversation that is yet to be had. You know, we keep talking about racism and shit. Racism is nothing. Feminism, that's the thing.
Because there's a woman in every house. You can avoid a racist. Black people talk about racism, and the only two white people you see is a teacher and a police officer. You can avoid both of them. Women are in every home.
Black people only talk about racism when it's time to be accountable.
I'm not gonna argue with that. But no, black people talk about racism when it's time to hold women accountable. They'll blame white supremacy, but won't blame them.
Correct, sir. But again, right, it's still all in the guise of accountability.
You know what? Speaking of racism, and we're gonna wrap this up pretty soon because we're at 3 hours 15. We kind of going into overtime. I usually wrap up around 3 hours, try to keep it tight, you know. But there's a thing I want to do, splitting up the content. And you know, the whole stabbing thing that happened, and it was, I guess it was in Texas, right? And you know, everybody's talking about all the racial issues of it. And tomorrow, what I'm going to do this on the main channel, and I'm going to double stream it to Rumble, and we're going to have the panel on Rumble like I usually do. And we can talk about racial issues because we're going to have a little bit, you know, our serious racial discussion, you know, calling all the angry white guys. Where's Bumpkin? We got to bring Bumpkin back up.
Yo, when you said what I thought about Bumpkin, because you know I met Bumpkin, right?
You did? Oh, that's what's up.
At the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee when Angry Snowman kidnapped me.
And Bumpkin's not a racist, right?
He took you around a bunch of white supremacists. Well, Bumpkin, he's a self-avowed white supremacist, whatever that
right
means.
And we in there, and imagine this, bro. I'm in an Airbnb with 5 other men, right? And the other guy is like, it's 4 white guys and a black guy, right? It's like a Hawaiian guy. It's not like a joke, really. It's 4 white guys, a Hawaiian guy, and 2 black guys. I'm one of the black guys. It was another dude, right? And I said right then, I said, yo, this black dude is scary. Like, there's no black man that voluntarily hangs out with a bunch of supremacists who's not, like, he's that guy that I need to watch out for, right? I'm not worried about Bumpkin. I'm worried about this little black guy they got, right? Bro, this is why I can't trust anybody married to a black woman, ever, right? So we're in there, right? And we're in Milwaukee. I don't know nobody else in Milwaukee. We all hanging out, and they open carry. You know, they got their own militia organization. So they got the guns like in a holster on their hip, walking around Wisconsin, bro. Like, they about that life, right? Only motherfucker I know is Angry Snowman, right? And Bunkin come to me. I was like, he's like, what you do?
I'm gonna do you like Izzy and charge you $5 for F-bombs.
No, check it out. So I say, so Bunker asked what I do. I said, man, I sell soap and I do other, other sales stuff. I said, he said, you're not gonna like what I do. I said, what you do? He said, I know you're a black guy. You're not gonna like what I do. He prefaced it because white supremacy, right? You're a black guy. I said, what do you do? He said, man, I'm a sheriff. I said, I gamble with sheriffs. They security when we shooting dice. Like, I don't have a problem with sheriffs. Sheriffs are the law. Police law enforcement, and they make it up as they go. Sheriffs are the law. Like, I don't have no problem with sheriffs. My grandfather was a sheriff. I don't have no problem with sheriffs. So, but I got a problem with this little black guy y'all brought with you. Bro, day 2. We there for 5 days, 4 nights. Day 3. Dude get a call from his black wife. He is so upset. He goes on a suicide mission. People trying to grab his car keys and everything.
Wait,
I'm like,
who has the black wife? Who has the black wife?
The black guy, the only black guy they got with him who thinks he's American, so he hanging out with white people, has the black wife. And he got one phone call, got so depressed, on a suicide mission. Like, people are scared. They're trying to call him. We trying to grab his car keys. People trying to get the bullets out of his gun. Like, I thought we were going to die. And it wasn't white supremacy I was scared of. It was a dude who went over the edge because he married Keisha. And I said, yo, that's a black. I told Bunkin, I said, yo, that's a black community right there. Like, you worried about me, talking about our gangbang. Like, you worried about the motherfucker with a black girlfriend he really care about, bro. He the one that's gonna kill everybody. And that's my story.
That's it's so funny. Yeah. While you were telling that story, when you first started talking, I was kind of thinking, and you said something about I was like, it was a group full of men, and my kind of thought was, it's not the white supremacy of it all that bothers me. As long as we can all be shooters, and I'm comfortable with that. Like, you can be white supremacy. I'll be whatever I want to be, but as long as we can be equal shooters, then life is good.
Me too. I feel the same way.
Bud,
Yo,
Hood,
but I
here's the
tell y'all
thing.
all the time, Bunkin is damn near, he not Klan, he just white supremacy. Bunkin taught me how to make ghost guns and invited me to be the Midwest charter president for they gun club. Like, I get along better with the Grand Wizard of the Klan than I do with my black sister. And I stand on that.
Hood, let me tell you this, bro. When you hang with white boys and you don't have a gun, they look at you weird, right? And as long as you're like a stand-up person, like, right? If you're like a criminal and getting arrested every week, then they're gonna look at you weird for having a gun. But like, if you're just the everyday guy doing your thing and you don't have a gun, they're like, why is this guy like not armed? Like, does he not care to protect his family? You know what I mean? Like,
it's a different culture from like what you expect with, I don't want to say black men per se, because it's not quite a black thing, because there are a lot of, country black people who are, gun savvy just as well. But it's a ghetto hood thing where it's like guns are a criminal signature. Whereas like when you're around white folk, guns are a freedom signature. This is a sign of my freedom here. I can carry a gun because I'm a free man.
Hell,
You're in the hood, it's like, I carry a gun because I might have to pop one of these niggas. It's a different vibe. It's a totally different thing.
Yo, Hood, you want to know when I realized that? When I told my family that like I have guns, this and that, and they started moving away from me and this and that. And I realized, oh, you blacks think that anyone with a gun, wait, you're monetized. You people of color think, BIPOC people.
Am I supposed to go back and edit those words out?
I think blacks is fine.
Right. Am I supposed to go back and edit out all the words you said but shouldn't have said, but you said them anyway?
I gotta listen, right? I'm sorry, bro. I'm still trying to get used to it. Sorry, I didn't do it.
I know he wanted. Look, we gotta grow this thing. It's a church. We growing the church together. Okay, we on a mission.
You know what's
together.
crazy, bro? True hype. I'm not even mad at you, bro. I have heard my life, bro.
Right?
Like, you're right, bro. You didn't know I was
growing
when I said 5 dudes. You know what, bro? I ain't even mad at you. It could have been. I know my life.
So let me finish though, right? So the BIPOCs, right? When they hear a person of color with a gun, they automatically think gang culture. You're gonna go and rob someone. You're going to do all these nefarious things. And I think it's incumbent upon legal, upon black men like us that live legally and that do the right thing to show, a certain sector of BIPOC people that it's okay for you to be 2A and you can do it safely and legally, and it's no problem because it's legal in America to carry firearms safely.
Yeah, Black America has a different energy. One, I think it's the just the crime of Black America. We almost rightfully associate guns with a dangerous nigga, and like I said, almost rightfully. But then two, I think, and this is more of a media propaganda thing, guns are associated with like angry white men coming to get you. And so it's like either some niggas coming to get you or some racists is coming to get you. So we got to take the guns away. Like that's kind of the Black Democrat position on guns.
And they are not men when they talk like that. They're ridiculous and ballers men.
But here's the thing with that though, because I learned how to
hate guns.
No, I learned how to shoot from my father's father, from my grandfather, right? But my father's, boomer, right? So a pacifist. He think if you get bit by a dog, you're a hero. You know what I mean? If you get beat up on a bridge, they name a street after you, because that's what boomers believe, that getting your ass beat, you won the fight, like whatever, right? But my grandfather had first black I ever got was on 22 rifle scope shooting with my grandfather. Used to go to his crib and he had he has a steel gun case in his basement with like maybe 200 guns in it. and he would show me how to shoot every gun in the crib. He had a target in the back, like we'll be like at the staircase when he walked down the stairs, and then like at the far wall, there's a target. He would do target practice. He was teaching me how to defend myself at like 10, 11, 12 years old, right? How to bust that thing, right? And there was a difference between what men were, and I said men, I didn't put a color on it intentionally. It's a difference between what men were pre-boomer and what black men became after the civil rights movement. Right? So you have to understand that guns weren't seen as you must be bad if you have one until like the 1990s. And you can damn near blame rap music for that, but because in the 1980s, if you had a blue, what they call it, the blue light special, that little 2-shot Dillinger, you was the man because everybody had bats and knives and brass knuckles when they was fighting in the 1980s. In the 1990s,
yeah, you know, it's and I think drugs had something to do with it, like the cocaine, the crack era, a lot more money allegedly got put out. It seemed like
boy leaving.
Well,
no, they've been doing heroin though.
No, yeah, I'm about to say H is old, bro. That H goes back to like the gangster days. Everybody was doing H for like 100 years.
80s, though, the 80s boy was leaving dudes null and void on the boulevard.
Yeah, but they wasn't shooting. It was that baking soda. We got baking soda.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. And then a lot of I think it's like the kids had guns. Guns just became a thing unto itself in a way that it wasn't before. Like you said, people would fight. Like you remember that movie, The Warriors, and it was like, you know, a bunch of dudes trying to escape Coney Island or something like that. It was mostly fighting. Most of that stuff happening before there wasn't a lot of like drive-by shootouts. That's something that really did kind of get popular after the 80s became. And it's a couple of things, you know, gangs kind of became a lot more deadly at the same time. There was a convergence of a lot of bad trends, but things did kind of just go crazy.
Wait.
Contrast, the Warriors was the 70s. Dudes want to fight and duke it out. By 88, you know what I'm saying, with Pac-Man and the old man pulling up in that black and white sedan, looking for the dudes in LA in colors. They were shooting up Bang Bang. What was my name? Rocket.
Hot Tower. Yeah.
Hot Top. That was Hot Top.
Right. Like the blaxploitation crime era movies, they weren't having straight up shootouts and gang warfare like that. It wasn't like that. It took on a whole different vibe.
I learned you to describe colors.
No, Mr. O can appreciate
this. I said colors versus the blaxploitation era. Think about the different crime of colors versus 1975, you know, Superfly or something like that. I mean, these are different worlds, criminally speaking.
No.
Right.
Look, Mr. O, appreciate this. My boy over here, he brought a bottle of tequila, right? Shout out to him, right? Shout out to Rick Rhino. He's like, yo, folks, I don't think you should really be commenting on this because you was part of the things they talking about. You ain't getting no fucking 93, nigga. You ain't getting no fucks. I know the crew you was rolling with. Y'all was GD crazy. Dang, you know fucks. Hey, look, nigga. I don't,
bro. Let's lighten up on the F-bombs, please. Let's profanity.
All right, you right.
We professional, dope. We got jobs over here, dirty.
You right.
Hood. You know what you got to do, Hood.
You was right, Free Zone. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna say it right now. You were right earlier, Free Zone.
No, I know. Those are not.
I think Hood. I think what you got to do is you got to do your monologue on YouTube. And then just do the panel on Rumble until you figure things out.
All the panels go to Rumble, right?
I apologize for repeating what this infidel said, but that was him. That's what he said.
Didn't I put it in the chat yesterday, Hood? I said no panels over here, bro.
You know what? Honestly, going forward, I was thinking that before it actually got said out loud, but I was thinking, and this is not even about anybody, but to keep the channel pure, I'm gonna have very few panels. I wanted to actually talk to the lady earlier, so I kind of just opened up the panel because I was, you know, talking to nice women, put you in a good mood, and that's why I let you niggas in the house. But if I didn't talk to that nice lady and I wasn't in a good mood, I wouldn't let you niggas in my house.
No, Buddhist man, he sold us out for the Mother Queen Goddess.
You succumbed to peer pressure, sir. Stop it, HUD.
Who
All
this
the
man?
roasting the chat, which I'll say I was a part of it.
I
You
am
know what I mean?
blaming this on a girl, guy. I'm gonna do the manly thing and blame it on a girl. Okay, leave me alone.
Jesus
Nah, I'm gonna hold you accountable. You succeed to
Christ.
peer pressure, sir.
Hey,
After
so
us
I
roasting
did
you a
kind of
couple
look
times
up
in
the
the
gun
chat, you're like,
violence
oh
thing.
God.
So I looked up the gun violence thing, and I actually found this to be interesting. That gun violence in America has always been a major issue, except for 2 times, and I'm gonna sum it up in one. Because it was the time where most men went to war that gun violence was not an issue in the country because most men were at war. So I just think that's built into the American ethos at this point. Like I just think it's always been a thing.
Well, Free Zone. It's like knife violence in London, right? Like knife
Right.
violence is a huge thing.
Nobody
Right.
called it knife violence until there were too many black people in London. Yep. Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
No,
Okay.
because there wasn't a knife violence issue before the immigration issue, and
There
the immigration
wasn't,
issue
or
coincides. Well, I would argue that the young black population of London may have been statistically more violent, but they didn't call it knife violence until just recently.
I tend to disagree.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I gotta disagree with that. I think they called it knife violence recently, but truly before that they were just covering it up.
I agree.
They
Right now,
covered it up. They covered it up because it was black kids.
no, they come. Yeah, that too. Let me tell you something.
No.
Chicago, 2008. This is a true story. Chicago, 2008. Right.
Watch this. Hold on, Dirty. You know how long Ukraine and Russia have been going at each other? You think?
Okay.
You think that just started?
No.
Like that's going on.
No.
We're just now seeing it.
Agreed. But I'm arguing they're calling it knife violence because the immigration thing has reached such a peak that they don't want to address the racial reality of it. It's always been that, but they're calling it something else because they're desperately afraid to call it what it really is. You're being flooded with violent people from third world countries, and they're bringing their third world violent culture to you, and you're blaming the knife and not the people.
Well, my problem with that is you're blaming the knives when the illegals got there. The knives have always been right. The knives have always been in action, right? Just like Russia, Ukraine, they've always been in action. No, not always. They've been in action since like 2013, 14. When we got involved, but
when we had like these color revolutions and we started flooding Europe with people, because remember the color revolution started
not
like,
Russia, Ukraine, bro.
Russia, Ukraine's not the color revolution. That was when all the Middle East countries started having revolts. It was Egypt, it was Syria. Syria was going. Remember when Syria first had a civil war? Assad survived one civil war. He got chased out on round 2. He survived round 1, and we did that to him as America. We did that to him, and that was the color revolution. It was at the tail end of the Obama administration. And that was the beginning of it all. And that was when the immigration thing got into high gear with Europe. Now America is different, but with Europe, that's when it kicked into high gear. And now what I'm trying to say, though, is that Europe always low-key had an illegal immigration problem. It was always low-key. But Syria and that whole color revolution thing, it kicked the whole. I remember there was a moment in time. You got to go back to this moment. There was a guy who was like a ferry driver, like not a ferry driver. He was a captain of a boat, and he's taking people from the like the coast of like the Middle East or something to Greece or something like that, right? So from the Arab Muslim world to the Christian world, and his boat started to sink, and a bunch of people died. There was this famous Time magazine photo of like a father holding his drowning son, his dead son who drowned. He's all, sad face or whatever. It wasn't until years later we find out he overloaded the boat and got everybody killed. But that was the beginning of the European overdrive with the migration thing. Who's speaking? Somebody wants to jump in?
And that was Rick. He don't know shit.
Yeah. No, Rick,
that's
you're
my
new.
man, so that's my
Hold
man,
on,
so-
Rick, you're new and it's late, so I'm gonna let you speak real quick because we're gonna shut it down in a minute.
Before he speak, because that's my guy. He was like, man, let me talk. I have something linked, but we over here. But before you say that, I just want to say something to what you said and what really to verify what American Man said. In 2008, right? Chicago was trying to get the 2016 Olympics, right? Mayor Daley was our mayor at the time. He put a referendum out. You cannot talk about any violent crime in Chicago. So at that time, our news was cherries and blossoms, bro. It was like, look at the kids making, whatever, fucking menages, whatever, right? I found out that there was a shooting in Chicago that 12 people got deleted, mass shooting. I found out about that on CNN. It wasn't even on the local news till the next day. That's how much our mayor was like, yo, we can't say Chicago got no crime.
Wait a minute. Wait. Let me say something.
So when you talk about how Europe has a immigration problem and how they've been trying to quiet the disdain that the foreigners have, Nigerians, let's be honest, it's always Nigerians, right? That Nigerians have for the people country they want to invade. I felt that because I lived through Chicago. And then as soon as we didn't get the Olympics and went to Rio de Janeiro, that Rio Olympics was trying to be Chicago Olympics. Like we had Jordan and Oprah and Obama, like bring the Olympics to Chicago. And we didn't get it. Next thing you know, we Chirac. Like the very next month after we didn't get it, Mayor Daley said, okay, this is gonna be my last term. And he rode out in the sunset with his black mistress, who we all thought was his secretary, but it was his mistress. And then we called it Chirac. The very next month. That's how powerful it is to quiet the murmurs of people who know what's going on. But that's all I got to say about that.
Right. Go ahead.
All right,
Yeah, Ricky, I was trying to give you the mic earlier.
Thanks, man. Peace. I just want to say, y'all don't. Thank you, man. Listen, y'all
You're welcome.
understand, like this guy Oak, man, he just programmed my phone. I would never have been able to do this. I would have never.
Really? That's what you go there. I let you said like let you talk. I give you the link to talk, and then you go like,
well, let me ask
some
you a
flowers
question.
here.
Ain't no fucking flowers, bro.
Let me ask you a question,
Lord,
Ricky.
Lord, I ain't no peace, Lord.
Rick. We were having this whole conversation. It was a rolling discussion about a couple of different things. But let me ask you a question about like modern women and relationships, because there seems to be an issue with men not really liking the idea of a long-term relationship with modern women. And I wondered if you had a take on that.
Well, yeah, I got a take on it, but I would definitely take a long-term relationship with a woman. But she got to do what I want her to do. She has to do what I need her to do.
You sound you're talking like the commentary I gave earlier. One of the things I pointed out is that men don't really want a marriage of equals, right? And so when you say she has to do what I want her to do, I need her to do certain things, you sound kind of like what I was talking about earlier. So would you agree that the idea of a marriage of equals is not appealing?
Okay, so when we go to bed at night, okay, we don't necessarily have to have sex, but if I feel like it, that would be cool. But when I wake up in the morning, I'm going to have to go out and take care of the family. That's my role.
That
I
kind of
have
sounds
to
like a
go out.
relationship.
Yes, it's a relationship, bro.
No, I'm just saying, that's in my mind. I just, I mean, the sex thing is like, I don't want to get into people's like sex lives, but that just sounds like how it should work. Like, all right, if you're kind of into it, maybe you kind of get some that night, but you wouldn't be in it every single night, every night of your life. Like, it gets tiring. You get sore after a while.
Yeah, they got drunk Ricky. He was sober Ricky when he asked me.
Fuck y'all, man.
You gotta keep the rhythm up. You gotta stay on beat, Ricky. I was setting you up with an alley-oop.
Hey, don't worry about it. Look. Congratulations on getting monetized, bro.
Sorry, man. I missed it. My bad. I missed it. My bad.
No, you missed it because you worried about the wrong shit. Look, and this is what I go through all the time. So they had the impression that I'm just this unmovable thug. My real life friends had that impression, right? Like my real life friends don't question any of my toddler tales. They be like, "Yo, bro, that's wild." Like people who don't know me be like, "Oh man, you think you Andrew Tate?" I'm like, "Bro, this is my life. Like y'all never went outside." So I'm part of. I'll give Rick this. When he was in, what he said that made me give him the link. He was like, "Yo, you was part of the problem that people complain about," and I'm like, "Yeah, I was." I'm like, my motivation was different. Like their motivation was poverty. My motivation was I gotta get out of my parents' house. This can't be life. These motherfuckers is nuts. Because I didn't understand how boomer relationships work. I didn't know that, that they were supposed to, betray their kids and, do whatever they want to do and blame you later. But yeah, I did that. Right. I sold pistols in high school. I sold dope in high school. I did tech scams all the way through college. That's how I know how to run a bank. I can run a bank better than the teller, which is why I used to tell the tellers what to do in order for me to get the bread that I got to get out the bank. So when I started studying international banking, it was nothing to me. And people were like, "Yo, you can't do banking because you black." And I'm like, "Bro, everybody that work at the bank got a high school diploma. And the motherfucking branch manager is really a high school dropout that did sales. Like, bro, y'all don't know what banking really is." And all I did, what college taught me is how to convert all criminal stuff to corporate and how to do the docs. That's all it taught me. How to take a formula of supply and demand and be like, "Yo, that's how they sell weed." How to take a formula of pay your personnel first. Your marketing budget is your most expensive budget, and you got to pay for security and distribution. I'm like, okay, you got to buy the coke. You got to have to do it on the block yelling 3 for $12. That's your marketing. You got to be able to be cool with the connect because that's how you get your distribution, and that's how you get your wholesale. And then you got to find a crack house and be like, "This is my distribution." Like, man, come here. Like everything they teach in college, a person with a 3rd grade education understands, but without the degree. They don't understand the lexicon of it, but they understand the process. And my gift was understanding the lexicon and the process. That's why I'm dirty, folks. I'm like, yo, I take hood shit and make it corporate. And then people get mad at me like, "Oh, he a hood nigga." But I'm like, I'm really a corporate nigga, but I'm from the hood. What Rick was like yo, hood.
Young Jeezy.
Nah, it's real shit though. So like, and don't say nothing, BD, because I used to hang out with Minister Mike. I know they New York niggas don't know who I'm talking about, but you know Minister Mike. There's some like you smoke weed with us, talking about some, "Man, you need to flip BD, nigga. We'll give you a quarter key." I'm like, "I don't know fucking quarter key, nigga. I ain't getting that now."
Let me jump in real quick because I gotta
Go ahead.
Nah, we gotta put a pin in this one. We're gonna wrap this one up. We're gonna leave this one up, let everybody enjoy the show. But I gotta close the show up for tonight. We will be back. I'm gonna try to do this on an almost daily basis. Between Monday and Friday, I'm gonna give you guys at least 3 shows. and we're gonna have the daily oppression. We're gonna work out something of a theme over here, and we're gonna try to keep a nice monetized channel. We're gonna have some. I'm gonna stream live because I kind of like the live content format, but at the same time, once we get fully monetized, we're gonna drop some long format videos. You know, FD signifier style videos where we really get into it. You know what I mean?
I'm looking forward to
getting.
that. I'm really
I'm
looking
going
forward.
all the way signifier, bro. I called it. I'm owning it, and I don't care. Y'all can fight me later.
But I want to address this simping allegation. Do I simp for black women? Yes. I love black women. I don't like y'all niggas. This is an easy decision to make. Sorry.
I'm doing videos like
I
that.
love
I'm just
it.
not gonna cam up. I'm doing.
I'm
Why?
not even mad at you.
You're gonna like it. I'm gonna have music. I'm gonna have different little cut scenes. It's gonna be dope. It's gonna be funny. It's gonna be informational. It's gonna be educational.
You know what's so cool, hood rat? I mean, hood conservative. You know what's so crazy about
hood
that?
rat, nigga. Nah, see, I'm trying not to curse, man. I'm gonna be nice to you because I'm trying not to curse, man.
You know what's so
I'm playing
crazy?
by white people rules.
I have a whole show about the terror attacks, right? It goes all the way back to 1828, all that. And I was going to do a live, but early I felt kind of sick, so I didn't do it. But all the time I'm thinking like, yo, should I do a pre-record? Like, I get way more love on my pre-records than I do on my lives, bro.
You know what it is? Pre-records take a little bit more effort because, like, with a live stream, like my live stream little system is I get like the idea of what I want to talk about. I get the videos that like fill out the shit I want to talk about or whatever, and then maybe we have a panel after, and I can do at least 2 hours, maybe 3 hours easy on my own. And then we have a panel, and that's a show. And then, you know, we make jokes, we play videos, we do little drops and whatever. And then, you know, it's entertaining as far as I can tell. Like, people seem to respond. And if I were to do a pre-record, it takes a lot more effort. It takes a lot more of an artist's eye. Like, there's things that I try to do, and then I say halfway through, no, I'm gonna drop that. And so you wind up wasting time doing stuff, as opposed to like me just being up here live. It's just one and done. And that's
live works for you because you got a good personality for it. But
yeah, there's an artistry to live that's just easy for me. But I realize once you're fully monetized and you can play the algorithm game, you have to have good pre-records, because this is what happens. And I noticed this about people's channels. You put out, like, if you're growing, if you're in a new channel, you'll do a couple of pre-records and they don't do nothing, because, you know, it's like when you first start out anything, nothing works great at the beginning, right? And then something goes viral. And then you build your growth and you're in the algorithm, and then you build on that viralness and something else grows viral. And that, next thing you know, you got 5,000-10,000 subs and you're on the way.
Damn,
and
now you got me mad, bro.
Yeah, and that thought is what's motivating me now. Is like,
no,
I want to.
You know why you made me mad, bro?
I want to drop videos that just make money without me even working on it after I drop it. Bro, live streams don't make money right after the live stream. It doesn't pay after the show. That's really what the magic is. If you're doing a live stream, you collect money in the moment. So you have to be like I had a good personality. You have to perform in the moment, and that's what the live stream is. But if you can do the video thing, you can just drop the video and go do your life or whatever.
Mr. O, blame Hood for what happened next on my channel. It's all Hood's fault, because he ain't said nothing wrong, but it's his fault, bro. Because all of my Black History videos, when I shit on all the Black History figures, like Marcus Garvey is really a traitor. He a fucking Jamaican incel fucking commie hanging out with Klansmen. And nobody talks about that.
Do that video, but then chop it, edit it, put some drops in there, some little funny cuts, some little funny videos. Do all that. That's
my Black History series go crazy, bro.
That's
like they the highest doing.
So I don't even have to tell you. You already know. It's
I didn't do it because I wanted to be
Live
known.
streaming is
Like,
the short way. Live streaming is short money, bro. I realized that by doing
man,
it and watching how like it grows between like two different platforms, I would rather have a channel that I just drop videos and then like behind the scenes, you're probably putting in still an 8-hour day because you have to actually work. Work is work, and there's no way
work
getting
is
around
work.
work. But it turns into something different where I think you can actually make more money if you drop videos that get 100,000 or more views. Because now you're tapping into an algorithm, and the algorithm thing is different. Now you're like in syndication. You know how much money syndication makes over the long run?
Yes,
Get out of
yes,
here,
yes,
bro. You
yes.
can't
You know what
you
that,
can't beat that.
and you know what? You got to be in the like. I mean, I'll be good at it, and he'll still be good at it too. But here's what's so crazy about it. So like information, like real information that'll change your life, nobody watches, right? Like for 30 years, I've been trying to get some fucking uh um the license
Look,
plates.
that's why you need an editor, because you gotta stop using so much
I
profanity,
know,
man.
right?
You need to
And that's why I gotta do pre-record so I don't curse.
I'm training myself, and you got to get on that, bro. I'm telling you, this
But
is where
like
the money is. You got to
30
see.
years, I've been trying to get diplomatic plates. That's what they call it. Diplomatic plates. 30 years. 30 years, right? I'm down in DC sleeping with girls in Georgetown. I'm doing everything I can to get diplomatic. I joined the United Nations trying to get diplomatic plates, right? There's a video on YouTube that's been out for 12 years, but only got 890 views. That shows you how to get diplomatic plates. Nobody cares about real stuff. They care about entertainment. And I think the hood conservative as a brand
for you.
You say what?
No, real stuff is for you, but Pete, you
Right.
make money with the entertainment stuff. You were saying something. Hood conservative as a brand.
No, you're right. The hood conservative is a good tag, right? A hood conservative, that's a good tag. There is somebody called the hood conservative, but hood conservative is a good tag. Dirty folks is a good tag.
Yo, you know what's
Anybody
funny? I know that guy, like through YouTube. I know that guy. Like we've spoken, we've hung out, we've done live streams together. Like it was years ago at this point. His channel's gone, bro. I looked for him. His channel's gone. Like I'm holding it down. You know what I'm saying? Like
Wow,
I'm the only guy. I typed in his channel name. I used to have him as this like a recommendation on my channel. His channel is deleted. I don't know what's up with him, because at the tail end of it, I know he like stopped doing content. He opened up like a food truck and he was doing that thing. I don't know what's going on with him personally, but I know his channel is not around. And I only say that to say that I am the only one with the hood conservative moniker. Like it's a weird thing. We can talk about that one other day, but like I've been like fighting for this title rather. And I knew from day one, the only way to hold the title was to just do the work every day. And through sheer tenacity, I would be the guy that everybody knows.
It's a good look, bro. Like you get me off my other channel, but when I get alerts, I pop up. Like, oh, hood conservative, I pop up. Because I told you I'm in my manga hentai phase of life right now. But I stopped watching.
Do that. Yeah, we gotta spread our wings, bro. I support that.
Yeah, I get off my Korean cartoons to watch you, but your brand is good. Dirty Folks is a phenomenal brand. If you gang bang, you know what dirty folks mean. And if you don't gang bang, you think it's about being dirty and not sell soap. So it's a great angle for me. When
real quick, let me shout out Seeking My Creator. I think this super chat came in a little bit past. It was way before we got to this point in the conversation, but he says, does human rights stop you from being a man/leader? I think he might be behind in the conversation as well, but I appreciate the donation. Thank you for supporting the show. It feels good to just get super chats like regular YouTubers.
Answer the boy question. Answer Seeking question. Does it make you stop you from being a man or a leader?
Yes.
I believe.
Yes.
You say yes. I believe yes also.
Yeah, and it's not that I don't believe in human rights. Like I like the idea of human rights in theory. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we all should have rights as citizens of a country.
They have rights.
They have rights. So fucking what, man? But you have to understand that the concept of manhood and leadership existed before the concept of quote unquote rights. You realize one comes before the other. So when you ask me a question like, does human rights stop you from being a man or a leader? Yeah, yes, it does. Does sugar stop water from being pure? It does. It simply does. Now, in the modern world, to be a man, to be a leader as a man, you kind of have to balance these two concepts. But yeah, it does.
Civil rights is for women, for gay women, gays and women, and gay women. That's what human rights are for. When you start talking about manhood, right? Because here's what happens, right? When you're a man, the moment you ejaculate and she's like, my period late, now you become a leader by default. By default, a father, a patriarch is a leader by default. You need to figure it out, right? So now you have to figure out how to solve every problem, earn, protect, provide, and in addition to that, excel, because you have to be the example of what you want to see. People have to want to be like you in order for people to embrace you, right? That's a lot, bro. It's not easy, but it's simple. If it's in you, it's in you. If it's not in you, it's hard. But if it's in you, it's in you. And you have to be that dude. When you start talking about human rights,
Didn't I say that earlier? Didn't I say that earlier, dirty folks? Every day you got to be that dude. Women don't have that burden. They have choices. You know, you can be a homemaker, you can be a stripper, you can be some rich guy's girlfriend, you can be whatever you want to be. But every day as a man, if you want to have a woman, you know, I mean, you can just exist. A lot of guys just exist, but you know, if you want to have a woman or women plural, you have to be that dude. And that's you know, that's a burden. It is what it is, and I'm not arguing to change it per se.
It's
But
a
I'm
burden if it's not in you. I agree with you. Like for me, at 15 years old, my only goal in life, I'm like, yo, I'm smart. I grew into my weight. I'm like, I'm swole. Like my only goal in life was to get out of my parents' house. That was at 15, my only goal. I need to get enough money to get out of my parents' house. I don't care how much money it takes. So then, you know, your goals evolve as you get older. But at that time, I was like, yo, I'll do whatever it takes not to listen to my mom and dad argue about my dad's side bitch ever again. And that was my go-to, right? That was my go-to. So you end up in a situation where once it's in you, people are creatures of habit. Whatever you do for 30 days becomes you, right? So if you grind it for 30 days, grinding is your life now. Like you don't even feel right if you don't grind. If you work out every day, you don't feel right.
Tell your homie to hold that shit in, bro. I am.
Hey, I mean, I'm talking. My bad.
All right, that was you. Oh yeah, you gotta hold that shit in, bro. No coffee.
Oh yeah, Mr. O be smoking that grass, bro. He don't even be smoking marijuana. He be
That
smoking
1991 weed. I know. Yeah, we smoke loud and shit. That shit don't.
Hey man, I love weed so much. I try to marry Juana.
Look, bro. Look, and this is why the BDs can't never be better than GDs, bro. But I love you though. One love. But
we gonna wrap this up. And I was with you, Free Zone Lou. Let's not complain about what it is to be a man. It's getting dangerously close to that. This has always been manhood. That's why I said, listen, in order to, you know, have a woman or women in general, you kind of have to, you know, be that dude. And that's not even saying you have to be like, you know, a David Beckham or a Drake or whatever you know, guy that you think of. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that extreme, but you kind of have to be somebody. And that's the burden of manhood. You know, every man aspires to be somebody. And I think I don't want to change that. That is kind of it's the trial by fire that makes us worthy of respect and admiration. And then guys who can't meet the the goal of guys who can't meet up to what it is to be a man, then so be it. I'm not really required to feel sympathy or sadness about that thing. It is what it is. Not all of us can make it. There are places that I probably and I maybe even rightfully so shouldn't be allowed because of who I am and the life I've lived. Maybe that's the way it should be, and I'm not arguing against that, right? We are supposed to have love. I'm sorry. We are supposed to have levels, right? We are not all supposed to be the same guy. We are not all supposed to be allowed entrance into the same places, right? And that is a good thing.
But here's the difference, right?
Everything could be taken to an extreme, but that is a good thing. No. I gotta close this up, Dirty.
I know, close it out, but I just say just free. It's not about being a man.
Let me let you have one more word.
Okay. It's not about being a man. It's about every man wanting to be the man. Everybody can't be the man.
Right.
People want to be the man just cause. Like, to be a man is to take care of your responsibilities, blah, blah, blah. To be the man is to be a man that other men and women aspire to.
Well, let me kick this to you, Dirty. Let me kick this to you, Dirty. To be a man is to aspire to and work towards being the man, if that helps, right? Do you see it, like how we bridge those two gaps?
I respect that, but it ain't true because I know a lot of dudes.
How is it ain't true? No, to be a man, you work towards being a great man. You land at whatever you land at, but to be a man, you work towards.
I give you that.
This is what I'm saying. Right?
On the same level.
No, and I'm not expecting that. But all I'm saying is that
I'm co-signing what you said. Like me being able to go from hanging on in a gang meeting and then go straight to City Hall and the mayor be like, "Yo, what's popping?" Oh, that's me. That's a personal thing.
But that's an individual thing, right? But remember what I said about like Apex? You land where you land, but you should aim high.
But the problem with blacks is they want to think they can be you by osmosis. Like if you have a friend, they be like, "Oh, they go call it little." If you're in Chicago, I don't know what New York called it, but Chicago called it little. Oh, hood server, you got your little podcast, bro. You got your little subscribers.
He got a little money because he acts a little funny. He got a little coffee. He got a little money.
Hey, y'all call it little too, huh?
Remember that?
So, and they be like, "Yo, put me on, bro. Like, don't nobody come listen to me when I talk, man. Everybody come to your show, man. Let me get on your little podcast." That's that bullshit. You can't be me by osmosis because you black and I'm black. You think you can do it? You didn't put your 10,000 hours in. You didn't have the network I had. Like, I was lucky enough to get 1,000 subscribers immediately because I have 5,000 Facebook subscribers, and then I got a cosign from Mr. Palmer and Mr. Jap, and it was like, "Yo, go subscribe." And then then Major Heavy started hitting, like angry man hit like, "Yo, shout out to Dirty Folks." Like, people, who's Dirty Folks? Like, I got mine off of Married to Who I Am. I did 8 movies, bro, 7 award shows. I wrote 11 books. Like, I put my work in. Nobody cares about my work. They be like, "Oh, he just a thug nigga." Because I call myself Dirty Folks, and I don't take away from that. But like, I put the work in to have fans, to have sellers, to have #2 best-selling book in the nation. To like, I put my work in. So when I say, "Yo, this is what I'm doing," people said, "I'll rock with you." And even with all that, I only got 2,500 subscribers. So like, bro, like, you have nothing. Nobody likes you. How do you think you're gonna be me?
Damn. You make a Chicago movie look like, I mean, that's our truth, though. I mean, we hate, but hey, that's diabolical hate. I love it.
That
though.
was diabolical. Yo, listen, we gonna wrap it up right there. We gonna close it out right fucking there. There's nothing else that has to be said. We don't have to say anything else. You guys have a great night. Dirty Folks, I'm gonna catch you later. We only gonna have live streams on Rumble from now on, and we're gonna call them the Dirty Hour. Just because of you. We're gonna call them the Dirty Hour. I promise you, it's gonna be Hood Conservatives Dirty Hour, and every now and then you're gonna show up, and we're gonna name it. You're gonna name it after you just because. But we gotta go. We gotta go. Dirty folks, you be wildin'.
Aspiring to be patriarchs like what white men have, that isn't freedom. That isn't gonna help anybody. It's certainly not going to help Black people.
It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done.
Y'all have a good night. We out of here, y'all. Thank y'all for watching. Yo, you know what? Real quick, before we go, I wanted to say this one last thing before we go. Let me drop everybody off the floor before I get interrupted one last time. Let me just say this, because today is the day where we finally got like memberships and all that. We're building a better kind of channel over here. And I want to just shout out everybody who joined up today. Shout out to, first off, Anton Chigurh, the Pope. I know we had a handful of other subscribers. I know American Man, Freedman's Journal, Honey Barbecue Wings. I think it was a dude named Frank. We're just going to call him the Punisher. There was a couple of people. I'm trying to remember off the head because it's not on the screen no more. But I appreciate you all coming through. We're going to build this church with all of you guys as founding members. Shout out to all the cardinals in the Church of Misogyny. Shout out to the Pope, Anton. We're done. Peace, y'all.